here it is, Sunday morning, barely. Could have come up earlier. Had a lot of trouble motivating. Slept for a little bit, and kind of napping while listening to podcast type thing. And now I got about an hour until I got to get back on raid, so had to save a lot of energy and whatnot from the day so that I can use it up when a certain event triggers. One of the problems of the damn game. But let's get back to the rules. Let's take a look at combat. And oh look, the weird glow, it was there for a little bit. I still get a little bit of it hitting. I think this blue is triggering it, maybe. I don't know. That may just be the blue. But anyway. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to compile this, so I'm going to take a sip of coffee. And the glow is back as soon as I reopen the camera. A battle takes place in a hex where troops from both sides are present and when the defending player could not avoid combat or did not want to. The phasing player is the attacker, the non-phasing the defender. I guess no matter what. An overrun is not a battle, even if the committed forces match the required criteria for minor or major battle. When a battle is resolved, if the force ratio reaches a certain level, the weaker player's force is considered completely destroyed and no combat is resolved. 3 types of battles: skirmishers, minor, and major battles. A major battle is at least 21 steps with at least 9 from the weaker side. A minor battle is when 9 to 20 steps are involved total, or if the weaker side does not have 9 steps, even if the 21 are involved. Skirmishes happen when no more than 8 steps participate in the combat. Okay. Army markers, engineer. It feels a little weird that you have a minor battle when it's, I mean, I guess an overrun, but, you know, maybe not. Okay. Where did it say overruns? Okay. It's by force ratio, so yeah, can't keep my pipe lit, which means I have a finger or a hand free for coffee. Okay, I see advantages and disadvantages. Army markers, engineers, and supply units are not taken into account for force size. The size of the battle determines which combat results table is used and how many losses will occur. Preliminary phase. Marching to the sound of guns. We have a big sequence of play here. Does it cover combat? Yeah, it covers the details of combat. That's kind of cool. I often have a fear that, like, all the steps in something important like this are left out simply because it's not really separate little phases or whatever for the most part. Anyway, first, any leaders allied to the attacker can attempt to join the battle adjacent to the battle hex if they pass a 2d6 check, need a 10 or more, modified by the combat bonus of the leader attempting the march, the army commander's combat bonus if an army is present in the battle hex, presumably for the side that's checking, or if it joins one of its core. This is kind of weird, right? The way that is worded, or if it joins one of its core and provide the command capacity is not exceeded. It makes it sound like the army unit has to succeed in getting into the hex. I think it should have a success. It should get this bonus if it's trying to get into the hex. Crossing an unbridged river is -4, -2 with engineers. Demoralized or out of supply are both -4. Obviously, those -4s are probably enough to stop most checks from succeeding. These movements do not trigger attrition. A force may march to the sound of guns to reinforce an army corps by absorbing or integrating it. Now, remember, wait a minute, you're allowed to intercept a unit into that hex before you march to the sound of guns. Let's keep looking. The same applies to a detachment which will be absorbed into the force. Pay attention to activation levels and, of course, stacking limits. 2 or 3 army force can reinforce another force. In this case, either the force leader performs a single check or each army commander performs a check as the player chooses. Force morale. Each side computes the morale of his force, which is the morale of the most numerous steps. If equal number of steps have different morale values, the player chooses which morale value will apply to the force. Okay, so if you have a tie. Half the losses will apply to the steps with the morale value used. This is all very weird, right? I don't know how many different morale values we have. I also don't know what morale is. Because it kind of feels like quality is represented by that, by the combat modifier, but morale is the number at the back end, and that tends to be the same across classes. So let's take a look here. Let me find okay, guards. I'm looking for the guard infantry. There we go. Oh no, that's the Grand Army. Okay, so yeah, the guards have a higher morale. Fair enough. I was worried they did not. They just had that massive combat modifier. All right. Where are we? Choosing tactics. Major battles only, optional. At the start of each eligible battle, shuffle the 30 tactical card deck. Each player, starting with the attacker, can pick tactical cards from the tactical deck. The number of drawn cards is 1 automatically, plus the overall commander's combat value. Again, there's so many, like, this feels like I should just know where these things are, but I keep having to look back. So what is the combat value? Well, it doesn't exist. There is no combat value for an army commander. There's a combat modifier, which if it had said that, I would have recognized what they said, but I didn't know what a combat value is. Well, it's not defined. And is this terrible? I don't know. +1 if the commander's nation has accomplished its military reform, and they give the dates for the military reforms. I guess those are just, like, those are not based on cards or anything. Allied minor powers benefit from the military reforms of their major allies. Probably makes sense in some cases, might not in all. Like in particular, I can see it making sense on almost all the French allies. I can see it making sense on Portugal, maybe Hanover. I'm trying to think if, like, Prussia with a Württemberg ally, if those Württembergers would have undertaken the Prussian military reforms. They probably would have, in the sense that they were reformed by the French. So this is kind of a progression type thing. And I mean, the Prussians are going to be the latest. So I don't know. Unless triggered by a prior event, the military reform is effective during the spring turn of a given year. Okay, so there's prior events. The cards drawn by the attacker are no longer available to the defender, who draws from the remaining tactical cards. So this is all very interesting. Pick is not that different from choose, right? And now the fact that they have to state the cards drawn by the attacker are no longer available to the defender, who draws from the remaining tactical cards, I'm not sure what they mean. But I'll tell you this, there's no reason to shuffle the deck unless it's a random draw. You see what I mean? The use of pick and choose, they both imply some sort of agency, but don't always apply as such. And that's why, like, the leader pool, it feels like, well, maybe you should draw from a random leader pool. But I don't think that's the case. But I do think because of the shuffling, there's nothing about putting the leaders in well, they're in a pool, right? But you also have a force pool from which you draw your units. And maybe the examples of play tell me something about this. So I should probably skim them. Let me take a look. Actually, the only example of play is from this Marengo tutorial scenario, for which I couldn't fish out the counters easily. And it doesn't cover building units out of, these pools. Or anything, anything like that. Anyway, I'm more interested in the leaders because I feel like building the units, you would have choice. Each player can use a card except leaders with a combat value of 2 or more who can use an additional card. The second card requires another subordinate leader. This leader will be able to use the card. So this is weird. Each player can use a card except leaders with a combat value of 2 or more who can use an additional card. This second card requires another subordinate leader. This leader will be able to use the card by rolling a d6 modified by his combat value and getting a net result equal to or greater than 5. So you're going to have somebody with a high enough rank that they can have a second subordinate. If this check is successful, the leader will be allowed to use this tactical card, which might in turn require another check specific to the tactic. Okay. And if you were picking the card, there would be no reason to have a larger hand of cards. You'd pick the ones who want it. Yeah. But then here we go. Okay. The cards are secretly chosen by each player, I guess, from the hand, because there you would have a choice. Following that, the attacker and then the defender reveal their cards. Some card bonuses are not automatically successful, but depend on a die roll check and on the composition of the army, playing them in the phase specified in the sequence of play. Some cards give a bonus during cavalry charges, others give a bonus for artillery, etc. Take a look at a couple of them, just to get a feel. Thin red line. Soldiers in desperate straits lose their sense of fear. If there's a place of refuge, they will stand firm. If there's no help from it, they will still fight hard. Quote from Sun Tzu. +1 to the die roll, +2 for Great Britain and minor allies. Yeah, I didn't want the thin red line to ignore the fact that Britain really is known for this. The force must have a morale of at least 4. And that sounds like it's the whole army. Flooded river. Consider the river hexside crossed with an engineer unit by your opponent as unbridged. Therefore, the combat penalty is higher. Some of them are going to be situational, right? Like that river one. Okay. And obviously, the scale of the game is too big to have, tactical features for like the thin red line, which would determine whether or not you got a bigger bonus. Okay, calculate combat odds. Add the combat points of all units. They're rounded towards the nearest entry on the table. Let's take a look at the combat table. There we go. Well, interestingly, I don't have an odds. Aha, over here. So strength ratio is going to give you a modifier to how much damage you do. And it's based on the type of battle it is as to how much damage you do. So on a major, is something that qualifies as a major battle. This means that there's not a, there's big jumps in how big the battle actually is. I'm okay with that. There's got to be jumps somewhere. They don't look like, well, yeah, they do look pretty big. The difference between a 20-step minor battle and a 21-step major battle is quite large for somebody had an extra step with them. And also, well, I was going to say equally important is the fact that, like, the more powerful side is going to probably be rolling higher based on their strength ratio. And so, like, if I was at a 21-step major battle, because I have like 9 steps on the minor side, right, versus 8 steps on the minor side, I'm a lot closer to probably being able to wipe out the minor side. Although there is some chance I might take, well, there's quite a bit of chance that I'd take some damage that I wouldn't, based on that difference. I'm okay with that, but it feels kind of weird that I would do less damage because I have better odds, but not enough for an overrun. Okay, where are we here? Okay, the combat odds give a DRM for the attacker only. If the combat odds are 5 to 1 or more, the weaker side is entirely destroyed. And you can see it's a plus or a minus. This is interesting. Okay, we're going to have to keep looking because the odds are a modifier for the attacker only. What does that mean? We don't know. Like, yeah, each side gets its DRM and rolls 2d6. Yeah, okay. All right, so the smaller force does not take a huge penalty, it looks like, for being weaker. It says here the DRM for the attacker only. If the combat ratio is 3 to 1 or more, the leaders from the stronger side are exempt from leader casualty checks mandated by the combat results table. The checks mandated by the use of additional tactics or by the use of subordinate leader are still in effect. Did we talk about, we talked about the subordinate leader, but we didn't talk about it getting a casualty check yet. The side with more artillery gets a +1 combat DRM. Now, if you recall, combat points, I think, are essentially steps. They talk about it as strength, but okay. If one side has twice as many artillery points as its opponents, the DRM goes up to +2. And cav superiority, if you have more cav steps, you get a +1 DRM. If you have twice as many cav steps, you get a +2. If tied, the side with the most cavalry leaders benefits from cav superiority. Weird little edges like that. They make sense, I guess, but I don't know how big a deal they are. Terrain effects on cav and artillery superiority. Each kind of superiority is limited to +1 in woods and mountains terrain. And we have that specified here in the notes. Cool. So I don't have to memorize that little piece. In swamp, there's no cav superiority except during winter, where the normal rules for cav superiority apply. Okay, it's there. All right. Swamps. 3 movement points. Yeah, they get more expensive in 7. So this is really weird. 3 movement points in 1798 plus Russian national territory. I don't know why Russian swamps get worse in 1798. the assumption is nobody's going to invade Russia before that during the revolutionary scenarios, but feels weird. Oh, what are we at here? Well, the Turks. Hey, Turk, you're a jerk. Sorry. You may remember why that was said. Terrain effect, I doubt it. But I don't want to repeat it. Okay, combat resolution. Terrain effects. Each side is given a DRM. Only the force crossing some terrain receives the penalty. Mountains give a DRM on the attacker. I am assuming you don't have to cross the terrain to get that, right? If you're crossing one of these weird mountain hex sides, of which there are a couple, like up there near Genoa, there's this weird situation. Mountain Pass also has that. But important, +2 movement. Oh, no, that's not important. Swamp, again, you don't cross swamps, so I'm assuming the defender just gets that. I'm sorry, the attacker just gets hit with that. And let's look at this again, because, where was it? Each side is given a DRM. Each side is given a DRM. Okay, so if the defender crosses a river on an interception, they end up with a -3. These others say attacker only. Those are the in-hex type fights, I guess, for the most part. I don't know. Each overall commander uses his combat value as a positive DRM. The lead assault unit and subordinate leader modifier. We've seen this kind of thing before. Each player may designate a corps as its lead assault unit whose combat modifier will apply to the battle. The downside is the first loss will be applied to this corps. Designate a subordinate leader to benefit from his combat modifier. This leader will have to check as a casualty. That's where it is. Now, doesn't seem like you have to do this, which means that militia, which have a -1 combat penalty against them, don't have to have it done to them. Like, they don't have to ever take that. Using both DRMs during the same battle is allowed. If the battle is a siege battle, the Cav DRM cannot be used. Okay, this is weird, right? Not the thought of it, but where this is written. Using both DRMs in the same battle is allowed. Those two DRMs are the corps as a lead assault unit and a subordinate bonus. I think what they're saying is you can't use a Cav unit's DRM bonus. But what it reads as is going back to this, that this wouldn't be in play, which also I would say probably is true. Treat Cav as having a 0 modifier for purposes of this rule. So it's kind of odd. Siege round. It would feel kind of odd if in a siege you get the Cav superiority bonus. But I don't know. When a force contains only one unit, the unit's combat modifier is always used, even if this is negative rather than positive. Okay, so there's the answer with the militia. Every now and then. But if 2 militia are together, they can avoid it. We got to swap batteries. We're going to get through as much of this as, I don't know, how much combat can we get through? I mean, where we'd want to get to is all the way to the naval phase, but I don't think we're going to get that far. I think we're going to get through maybe combat consequences. We think that, without that, I think we haven't gotten far enough. Although the rules are definitely problematic in a lot of ways, as long as you're reading them, you can kind of parse together through logic, for example, with the pick and choose decisions, what is actually intended, I think in 98% of the cases. But here's the problem. The problem is when you go back to look something up and you see it and you don't remember all the things that informed your choice. Anyway, where are we? Combat results. Once all these modifiers are calculated, they're added together to get a DRM. Each side computes its DRM separately. Each side then rolls 2d6 on the same column of the combat results table. Obviously, those two dice, not sufficient for the game. Not sure why there's two different colors. There don't seem to be any 11 to 66 die rolls or anything like that. If there were two dice of each color, it would make sense. But it's just kind of odd what they threw into the game. No big deal. I'm going to replace them, but... okay. The result is the number of enemy combat steps eliminated. The owning player selects losses according to the above rules. No! There are no above rules, are there? Well, yeah, the lead assault unit affects it slightly. I mean, that affects one thing. But that is the only thing. If a C is obtained, at least one cav step... Oh no, there's also the morale, which was somewhere above. Okay. If a C is obtained, at least one cav step must be lost. Cossacks are considered cav. A cav step loss can be replaced by 2-step losses of other troops if the owning player chooses to. However, if you have no cav steps, you can ignore the C result. The lead assault unit suffers the first loss. Hey, we don't have to worry about the above, did we? Before taking into account the C for cavalry, a spearhead cavalry step will count for both conditions. Okay. That feels clunky, but I get it. A side cannot inflict more casualties than its current combat step size, which is its strength. You keep using these two terms as different things, and they sound different. The leader casualty checks. Again, a bolding issue. Like, how did this get through the second printing? Like, that's trivial to catch and fix. The leader casualty table must be consulted in the following cases. If several conditions apply to the same leader, this leader will check casualties as many times required. If a side has 3 or more superiority, no leader casualty checks will be resolved from this side. I say that's a lie, but let's keep going. Army leader never checks for casualties. Okay? If an L result is obtained, the leader who will check for a wound is the lowest ranked national leader. If tied, the owning player chooses. In the casualty table, the overall leader criterion applies to leaders commanding a force which is not an army. I don't understand. The casualty table appears to be this. Is there an overall leader? No, there is no overall leader criterion. I don't understand. Oh, here it is. Killed. Roll again for a non-army leader commanding a force. He's killed on a 6 and wounded on 1 through 5. Okay. Gotcha. That's what they're talking about. It is on the table. Again, though, I'm having to expend so much effort to parse out the information that these rules are trying to give just because they're so badly worded. Where there's ambiguities or just things that are positioned in a way that, like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? If a leader is wounded, he'll be returned to the reserve pool during the reinforcement phase of the next spring turn. Okay. I don't know what a reserve pool is. I assume they mean the leader pool. Again, a replacement leader can be randomly picked from the reserve pool, if there are any. Such a leader will be able to command the force. Its type is irrelevant. So you throw all the land leaders, I guess, in together and roll. If a leader is killed, he's removed from the game, and a replacement leader is immediately picked, again at random, from the leader pool. If there are any leaders available, and so from the controlling major power pool, and we got this weird, let me see if I can find it. We got this weird apostrophe in there again. For minor leaders. Using the same rules as above. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Is removed and is picked from the leader pool if there are any leaders available. And so from the controlling major power pool for minor leaders. I'm not sure what they're trying to say. I know what they're trying to say has something to do with the interaction of this random pick with minor powers. I really don't know. Like you have a minor ally or something. They have their own leaders. I don't think they should be thrown in at random with the other leaders of their major power. But I just don't get it. That is a rule that is completely indecipherable to me. And it appears poorly worded as well as like, yeah. If a unit is destroyed, its leader is returned to the leader pool. Units don't have leaders. Forces have leaders. Don't know. I assume they mean force, but if there are no more replacement leaders in the leader pool, and if the stacking limits in the hex are exceeded, remove any excess steps immediately, i.e. if you can no longer command the force because there's no leader available to replace. And this makes the disposition of the minor leaders really important, I'd say. Here's another thing. A leader, when you pick a leader at random from the pool, you may well get a leader who cannot command the force that is there. You're not getting a replacement who has sufficient stars to command that force, necessarily. Which, again, I guess causes you to violate stacking limits. But it seems really, really likely, right? Because we have stacking, and this is really bothersome. Where's the land stacking? Here we go. No. Okay, we've got stacking, land stacking. Okay, I saw sea stacking. I don't know, there, that's what I saw. Okay, so a single star leader can command 2 steps, but a 3-star leader could command up to 6 steps. Of course, he might have a subordinate with him who's going to have at most 2 stars. So there's a very good chance that you will not get a leader who's appropriate through this. A replacement leader can be randomly picked from the reserve pool. Such a leader must be able to command its force. Okay. So I think if I have a 3-star leader, I have to draw from only the pool of 3-star leaders. Like, well, okay. If I have a requirement to have a 3-star leader there after combat, I do actually pick a leader who can command the forces. That I think is the can command the forces. Again, I don't know what to do about the miners. All right, where are we? Now, what's interesting is if there's no more replacement leaders in the leader pool that I guess can command the forces, I don't think you get a lesser leader and try to command what he can of them. I think I may bend that rule or break that rule. Like, that feels like something that comes out of this that's not believable. All right, the winning side is the side which inflicts the most step losses on its enemy. Use the results from the table, not the real number of eliminated steps, i.e. like if a leader causes steps to disappear or whatever. If the loss results are equal, the side wins if the enemy's result does not contain a plus and its own did. Yeah, that's the only effect of a plus. If neither result includes a plus, the attacker may choose to fight a second round or retreat. What if both do? Because that's not covered. If he opts to fight, the defender chooses to fight or retreat. If the attacker opts to fight again, the defender then chooses to fight or retreat. If the attacker opts to retreat, he's considered to have lost the battle. Decide with the result if lost numbers are tied. I don't know what happens. If both sides decide to fight, neither has lost the battle yet, and no demoralization takes place. If a second round is resolved, and if following this round the defender has not been forced to retreat, the attacker has lost the battle and must retreat. The retreating side is the loser. The second round is resolved exactly like the first, with the same phases, including marching to the sound of guns, morale, combat, odds, tactics, etc. So the only thing I can say here is, I would say if neither or both include a plus. Like, I think that's the most likely, if they actually did tie. Retreat. The retreating player can choose to retreat 1 or 2 hexes. The force cannot retreat into the hex from which its opponent entered the battle hex. The phasing player must retreat into the hex from which he entered. This applies also to an intercepting force, even if some friendly forces were already in the interception hex. Now remember, an intercepting force is the non-phasing player, so that's kind of interesting. You're not going to have a marker to indicate where the interceptor came from. So you just have to remember, I guess. When is battle handled? I think it's handled in its own phase. If we look, activation phase, supply rally. Yeah. I think you do all your land or naval movement, you check for attrition at the end of movement if there's no combat. Wow. So you do stop at the if you enter an enemy hex. This is weird, right? Because we had something which cost you movement points for battle, didn't we? Obviously, overrun is fine. But what we had was... Is it over here? Okay, we don't see something that I remember from before, which was paying an extra point for moving into an enemy force. Okay, so, oh God. Wasn't there? Or am I forgetting, you know, am I just like remembering something that wasn't there? I can't even fucking find it. Feeling I'm just misremembering, making something up. My poor brain doesn't work right anymore. Where are we? Retreat. The retreating player can choose to retreat. Okay. Retreating units must try to end their retreat closer to their supply full. Oh, hold on. The phasing player must retreat into the hex. Yeah. The non-phasing player must retreat according to the following priorities. Now, what's interesting with the phasing player is if you march to the sound of guns, are you still locked in to the hex that you came from, or are you locked into the hex the original force came from? Not clear yet. The non-phasing player must... Phasing? I think I've said that a couple of times. Must retreat according to the following priorities. Retreating units must try to end their retreat closer to their supply source. They cannot retreat into a hex with an unbesieged enemy fortress. They cannot retreat into a neutral country. They cannot enter a hex with enemy units except if they can overrun them. In this case, the retreating force loses a step for each destroyed enemy step. Nasty. Retreating units can retreat across an unbridged river hex side, but it costs 2 additional steps, except if an engineer is, or army marker is present, in which case they lose only 1 step. Drowning in the river. Retreating units must try to avoid retreating into an opponent's contact area and its zones of influence. I assume influence. Remember, the attacker... An attacking army loses its zone of... I think any army loses its zone of influence when stacked with the enemy, but an attacker certainly does. But it generates problems if the defender doesn't. So I think both armies will. Retreating units must try to avoid retreating into an opponent's contact area and its zone of influence. If the retreating units must choose to retreat into one or the other, they must retreat through the enemy zone of influence first, not the contact area. It costs 2 additional step loss to retreat through each enemy zone of influence and 3 through each enemy contact area. Losses are reduced by 1 step loss for each such hex if it contains a friendly unit or friendly unbesieged fortress. I don't know if that's cumulative. If no retreat is possible, the retreating force is destroyed. You can always retreat into a friendly unbesieged fortress in a hex, presumably in the hex that you're in. Not just any old hex. Each overall commander can retreat in a different direction and drop off units in the first retreat hex only. That's beginning to make it look like you have to remember which hex each unit came from. For interception, for sound of guns, everything. A retreating force can absorb or integrate friendly units during its retreat, possibly modifying their activation and demoralization. If units in a harbor must retreat, and if there are a sufficient number of fleets in the hex to carry them, the force can redeploy into a friendly harbor within the fleet's movement factor. This redeployment can be subject to interception in naval combat. It is automatically intercepted when a blockade is in effect, presumably by the guys in the blockade. If no such friendly harbor exists, the retreat must be a land retreat using the rules above. This is kind of weird because it gives you a free naval move. Doesn't seem to cost anything. Okay. We need to swap batteries yet again. And then it's just the rest of this page, I guess. And then I'm sure it's time for me to play Raid. Back after struggling with my battery charger for a while, got it showing red, that's good. You know, I don't know how much value there is towards munching my way through these rules, but I need to do it. So it's kind of like, it doesn't really hurt me at all. And it does give... At least some of it gives some idea, you know, not watching the whole thing, but watching some of it gives some idea of, you know, what the struggle with the rules is, right? The overall, look, you're not gonna become, you know, competent with the rules, and for the most part, I could just give an overview of the rules that would be really, really light, pointing out a few weirdnesses, right? The way I did, say, with La Grande Guerre or something, instead of instead of going into detail on all of this. I don't know which is more useful. Like, I think the overview with an analysis that the rules suck would have been more useful in general. I don't know. Okay. Demoralization check. The loss of a minor or major battle triggers a demoralization check. The loss of a skirmish does not, except during sieges. The losing side executes a demoralization check by rolling a d6. The force is demoralized if the modified result is greater than the force morale. The force receives a demoralized, which kind of means, fuck me. Kind of means the morale for like a guard unit doesn't seem to make much difference. Now, unless there's some special rules for the Imperial Guards where you can like substitute their morale in, right? Like systems that take an average morale of the entire force as kind of a factor, so that you can throw that high morale in there and it'll modify, and the total army morale will be bonused by these good units. And maybe like militia or something have no morale essentially, so they really, really are weak. I don't know. But I'm thinking here, systems like Empires in Arms or EU, where you average the morale and then you take morale hits during the combat. Here, though, demoralization is after you lose the quality of the force, which I assume, so this is what's kind of weird, right? Earlier, we had the morale of a force, right? It's the morale of the most numerous steps. Calculated before the battle begins, I guess, or before that round of battle. Now, let's say I lose all my shit units, and all I have left is the Imperial Guard. It's going to be demoralized as if it is that full force, even though it's a high quality unit, which is weird. But I calculate the morale earlier. It has no effect on the battle. Like, I don't lose the battle due to morale losses the way I would in an EIA, but now I make a check based on what the force was, not what's left of it. It's just odd. You roll a d6, the force is demoralized if the modified result is greater than the force morale. The DRM's overall commander gives a plus, which sounds horrible. If the overall commander is killed, though, you get a -1 bonus. These have to be wrong, right? You know? The difference between the loser's effective losses and the winner's effective losses, -1 for each step loss. So again, you're trying to roll low to avoid being demoralized, because the modified result has to be greater than the force modifier. All these modifiers are going in exactly the opposite direction of what you'd expect. I think they're just wrong. The difference takes into so -1 for each step loss difference. And this is, I don't know what effective losses are, but it includes losses incurred in retreat. So I assume it's total loss. I don't know. Does it include losses due to like a leader loss that random shit happens? I don't know. This difference takes into account losses during the last round only. If a battle has ended after the second round, only the losses from the second round are subtracted, and the losses during the first round do not change the difference. Okay, we have an example. Let's see if a Prussian army with a morale of 3, based on the morale of the largest number of steps, and led by Blucher with a combat value of 1, has sustained 2 more step losses than its enemy. Its morale is... These aren't DRMs to the die roll, they're DRMs to the morale. Okay, so it does work. Gotcha. Okay. And the battery again. Demoralization effects. Cav pursuit. If there's surviving Cav on the winning side, it can pursue a defeated demoralized units. Just wondering if we have a pursuit table. We don't. The demoralized force loses 1 step or 1 supply unit for each pursuing light Cav, each pursuing guard Cav, and every 2 corsairs. And that's rounded down. The player owning the demoralized force freely distributes the pursuit step losses. A demoralized force can automatically avoid combat if it's attacked again. Yay! That feels weird. The force morale is lowered by 1 point while demoralized. This penalty applies to subsequent rally effects. Okay. The force can no longer intercept, and the army loses its area of influence. If involved in another combat and demoralized again, the force will be completely destroyed. A -2 DRM applies to demoralized units in combat. Again, it's forces. Is that on here? Yeah. Was there like a... I thought there were a bunch of -4s, and I only see 1 here. Aren't there a bunch over here? I don't know. My mind is just not holding up. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Crossing an unbridged river. Now, sea assault only costs -3. Okay, so some of these are on the TEC. Demoralization, fine. Out of supply is here. Demoralized is only -2, but it's -4 on here. Now, they say the charts take precedence, and we've got we've got 2 different things in the rules. Normally I would put the rules having precedence. I think we're going to update that chart to say -2. Just so... Oh, no, not the chart, the rule here. We're going to update the rules here to say -2 for demoralization, because it is a direct contradiction. Definitely the kind of thing you'd expect to have been fixed when all errata from the first printing were incorporated in. Feels like none were. That's not what was said. What was said in the thread was that much of the errata was left out, or some of the errata was left out, which feels really, really weird. Like, it feels much more likely that they would just, like, fail to correct all of it, especially given how much is fucked up in here. But, yeah. What a bad job. And I did buy this because it was second printing, because the first printing was given a nightmare level, and I think this deserves it. Nightmare level of bad rolls type discussion. Okay, where are we? Length of demoralization. It's in effect until the end of the activation phase of the following winter turn, unless the commander rallies the force during a subsequent rally phase. Wow, there's an interesting typo. E-capital-T-H. The units will therefore suffer from attrition during the final attrition phase of the current and following turns as long as they're demoralized. Unit demoralized during summer may stay demoralized until the end of winter activation phase. If units in good order integrate a demoralized force, these units are demoralized upon integration. If a major or minor country surrenders, the defeated demoralized troops immediately remove their demoralized markers. I don't know what the defeated part is there. But essentially, surrendering at the end of a war gets you out of demoralization, as far as I can see, across the board for that particular nationality. Rally. At the beginning of an activation, a leader can attempt to rally his supplied demoralized units by rolling a d6 and spending 3 movement points. I can't smoke. If the die roll is equal to or lower than the present force morale, -1 due to demoralization, the force rallies. Failing that, its state does not change. The player can execute as many rally attempts as the force's movement factor. Let's take a look at the example because I want to... Austrian army led by Charles, combat value of 2. Should that matter? I don't think so. Oh, modified by the leader's combat value. Okay. Has a base morale of 3, based on the largest number of combat steps, which is lowered to 2. The army will rally on a 1, 2, 3, or 4 because of Charles's combat value. Sure. That's what I wanted to look up because I thought that was missing. Movement after combat. If the phasing player is victorious in the combat, he can continue his activation and spend his remaining movement factors lowered by 1 because of the battle. Weird. Let me tell you why. This is what I remembered, right? Activation phase, supply, rally, land or naval movement, attrition, combat. You pull a marker, you activate, and then it felt like you did each of these steps in order, followed by siege. I don't think that's the case. I think for each unit, you do all 6 of these actions. And then you go to the next unit. All right. See, we're at time at this point. But here's the weird thing. Siege is included in these letters. Like, I'm okay with... You check your supply of your force, you designate a force, you check supply, you rally, you land or naval move, you do the attrition for the force, all fine if they didn't hit combat. You do attritions just before combat otherwise. Then you hit combat, but you're still in land or naval movement at that point. But then the weird thing is, after that comes siege, and it kind of feels like, a siege is not a battle, and the phasing player can resume his movement after the siege if the force has any remaining movement points. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah. These letters, and this is, I think, not clear, but maybe I'm wrong. Under the activation system. Yeah, see, it's not really well worded. I don't think there's a place where it tells you that you activate a force at a time and do all of these. And that would be really, really an important thing to get to. But instead, I'm going to stop it and start up again at sieges. We're going to get through the rest of this book in this video, which is quite a bit. Maybe at some point we switch because the multiplayer rules, which start here, no, they start here. And special rules, and I think this is multiplayer victory. What do they say? Okay, here they say for all other scenarios, including the short versions of these campaigns, victory is determined by specific scenario rules. For all other, this is referring to something, but it's not clear what it refers to. Like, this is not the campaign rules in particular. It's like its own standalone section, and it's just fucking weird. Like, maybe this was supposed to be put somewhere else. For the 1792 and 1798 revolutionary scenario, specific victory conditions are included in each scenario. Okay, so here's the deal. These two should be above this. Because it does spell it out. Oh, God. These rules are just so poorly put together. All right. I'm going to take my break now. Sunday afternoon. I could conceivably have gone shopping, but I did another phone call with my dad, and less emotional this time, less painful, but I don't know how valuable these are. Video call. And, you know, I don't know. Anyway, let's get into some of a little bit more of the rules, at least, as we work our way through. To lay siege to a fortress, the attacking player has to have as many steps as the fortress value or an army marker for citadels. In addition, in the hex, all units allied to the fortress must be inside the fortress. Okay. The leader has to spend movement points per siege attempt equal to the fortress value. If the phasing player has won a battle in the fortress hex, he can immediately make a siege with no additional movement point cost. It's a nice little feature, I think. If at the end of the besieger's movement the siege has been laid without a preliminary battle, a siege attempt can be executed. I think you need the movement points in that case. Let's see. Okay, here, for example, a Spanish army spends the 6th movement point to enter fortress hex with 2 fortress points. The army can attempt to besiege without spending. No, it looks like you can make it with no movement point cost, no matter what, if you just moved in. If a siege is laid during a forced march, an attrition check must occur after movement, siege attempts, and remaining moves, and before battle, if any. For example, if the Spanish player has laid siege to a Portuguese fortress during his first activation, during his second, which is the forced march, not extended movement, he continues the siege and executes 2 attempts which cost him 2 times 2 movement points. After the second attempt, the fortress surrenders. The Spanish player decides to move his units with the remaining 2 movement points to attack a Portuguese unit which cannot avoid combat. Before resolving combat, the Spanish player will have to check attrition. That is not how I read this, but you can read it that way. Basically, the forced march, okay, you're doing a forced march. You'd have to do an attrition check because of that. Here, you'd have to do it, it happens after the conglomerate of movement, siege attack attempts, and remaining moves, and before a battle. So it's kind of like you would normally do a siege, an attrition check. I'm not sure that that's how the forced march rules were. If we look at the forced march, an attrition check is performed before combat resolution. If it doesn't engage in combat, the attrition check is executed at the end of movement and/or siege operations. Yeah, I think that's the same wording. I didn't know if forced march had something specific to it, but no, forced march is one of the conditions which causes you to check attrition. Okay, fair enough. Had to look back though. to make sure it aligns, because so much doesn't in the game, and then I have to make decisions. A siege is not a battle, and a phasing player can resume his movement after the siege if the force has any remaining movement points. Whoa, 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 whoa. The same is true about battle, but okay. The way it's worded, and the phasing player can resume his movement, you know, yeah, I could see if you were just doing this conversationally, but this is not how you write a rule book, to leave that kind of ambiguity in play. A player can execute several siege attempts during the same activation if he has enough movement points. How is it done? At the beginning, the besieging phasing player reads the siege table according to the fortress level. Okay, let's look at the siege table. We have that over here. We have different levels of fortress. We have a die roll. We have some modifiers and the effects. All sounds good. All fortresses have a morale of 3. I don't know if that matters. I assume so. A fortress has a combat value and artillery value equal to its level. If troops are present in the fortress and if there are more steps than the fortress value, you use their morale. This is weird, right? So it doesn't really align with the way regular combat does. So in regular combat, whatever morale level you have the most of counts. Here, the fortress morale only seems to count if there are at least as many steps as there are of everything in the army. Otherwise, you default to the army morale or the force morale, which may include, so like, let's say I have a 3-point fortress, which has 3 steps, right? All at morale 3. And let's say I have 4 steps of units, 2 at morale 2, 2 at morale 1. That would be a morale 2 force, or 1 if I choose, even though the fortress is the largest portion of it all. Yeah, just kind of weird. Following DRMs are taken into account. Artillery superiority, determined by the difference between the besiegers and besieged artillery value. The fortress level represents steps and artillery points. Any troops within might have artillery as well. Leader combat bonus differential, plus or minus. A leaderless fortress has a 0. Supplied engineers are +1 per unit. Army markers, +1 per marker for its intrinsic engineer. Siege duration, +1 for each level of siege duration. We're going to see what siege duration is, because it appears to be increased here. Okay, so no effect gives a siege level, but I don't know about all these others. Some of them are surrenders and whatnot. When resolving combat after a breach or assault result, the following special rules apply. Yeah, this is kind of annoying because the siege results are down here, and now we're at the siege combat, which should really come after that in the rules, I think. There are no terrain effects, no cav pursuit is possible, cav modifiers cannot be used, no tactics are available. Now we had a hint about the cav modifiers cannot be used. That's the modifiers on the counter, but oddly enough, there appears to be a bonus for having more cav. I don't think that should apply either. No tactics are available, those are the cards. Only the skirmish column is used on the combat table. The besieged side cannot cause more casualties than its remaining permanent fortress points, plus the combat points of the units in the fortress. The besieged side benefits from a leader's combat bonus only, if such a leader is present. Only 1 combat round is resolved. The losing side does not retreat after combat. For the besieged side, the fortress's intrinsic value and a number of steps equal to the base fortress value are not subject to attrition. Any steps greater than the fortress value do suffer attrition. They can be demoralized if they lose a combat. The besieging side never checks its morale during a siege attempt. Okay, so even if you fail, you get to hold your siege. Let's look at what the results are. Obviously, you know, we could study the chart as well. You know, it's really weird because here we have die roll modifiers. These are the die roll modifiers for the siege table, not the combat table. Combat table has its own modifiers. Okay. No effect. The siege round did not yield any result. Place a siege continuation marker with an increased level. So each time you do a siege, which could be multiple in a turn, you end up increasing the value if you get a no effect. R. The attack has been repulsed with a possible attacker loss. Place a siege continuation. Okay, so you get the siege continuation no matter what. The star is a step loss on a 4 or greater. Unfortunately, not repeated here. Kind of weird. You kind of expect the rules would give the full information, and this might be more of a reminder. For example, here it doesn't say, in the repulses, it doesn't say you get an additional siege level. It just says that in the NE. I think you get one no matter what. A 1-round assault is resolved on the skirmish table. If the assault does not result in the capture of the fortress, put a continuation marker with an increased level. In addition, the besieged side's step loss results in this assault can be satisfied either by reducing the strength of the units in the fortress or by reducing the fortress level with these minus markers to show it. If the combat result is tied, which means each player receives the same result on the CRT, the besieging units are repulsed. If at the end of the assault, the besieged units lose the battle and are demoralized, the fortress surrenders, and the units present in the fortress are destroyed. Okay. So they have to lose the battle and fail their morale check to surrender. This they can be demoralized is called into question because this follows for the besieged size, the fortress's intrinsic value and number of steps, blah, blah, blah. They can be demoralized. The besieging side never checks morale. Okay, fair enough. So it cannot. Feels a little weird, but you wouldn't want the normal field battle morale check, because then any repulse would basically give you a chance of demoralizing. The result is the same if the fortress only has its permanent points. I don't even know why they're telling me that. Like, it looks like a no effect rule, essentially one that's already covered, but exception. Citadels only surrender when every permanent point is eliminated. A citadel is never demoralized. Okay, what's a citadel? Is that a level 3 fortress? Is that something? It had better be in here, because if it's not, how about that? It's not in there. Great. Okay, so the word citadel is not defined. Here we go. Level 3 fortresses are sometimes referred as citadels. See 5.2.3.6. Okay, let's see that, because I don't remember seeing this before. 5.2.3.6. Special terrain, fortresses. Okay, so they have a very limited rule here. They can be besieged or screened only by an army. Okay. I wish they had said a level 3 fortress, you know, instead of introducing this term that barely is usable and can only be found by looking on the terrain effects chart. Because again, the map's not discussed. Oh boy. Surrender can also occur if all besieged units, including the permanent fortress points, are eliminated. Players should keep track of the number of eliminated permanent points while keeping in mind that this does not reduce the fortress level for the siege table. Now this is really weird because in addition, the besieged step losses can be satisfied by reducing the strength of the units in the fortress or by reducing the fortress level. But then here they say it does not reduce the fortress level. Use a loss marker for this purpose. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, if the attacker is destroyed at the same time as the fortress points, the hex is still controlled by the defender, but will be empty and will no longer benefit from the fortress advantages as long as it is not reactivated. We have this fortress removed. That might be placed in that case. Breach. One round of combat is resolved, but the besieged units are automatically destroyed at the end of the round. If all attackers are destroyed, fortress control switches to the attacker, but as an empty fortress. Weird. I guess the defender gets to, the defender gets to hit the besieger once. H, honors of war, the fortress surrenders and is deactivated, which I guess is removed. But the besieged force returns during the next spring reinforcement segment. That's weird, because what you're basically saying is you've captured it, and I don't know what it's saying. Like, I don't know what happens to the besieged. Oh, okay, I know what happens. The fortress is captured. Anything that's left in the fortress is going to be put back on the board in the spring reinforcement segment. Now, the weird thing with that is we don't know if that is, we go to the spring interphase. The spring interphase, remember, happens each season, not just in spring. And there is a reinforcement and replacement phase. I assume it happens on any turn, but maybe not. Maybe it only happens in the spring interphase, reinforcement and replacement phase. Who knows? It makes the most sense that it would just reappear on the map at that point. If the fortress is captured, it immediately becomes the property of the besieger with its printed value, provided the winner spends a supply point unit or assigns a combat point from a unit in the hex. Later, if a supply point or combat point was not spent, during the reinforcement phase, the player will be able to produce a garrison point. In the interim, put a fortress removed marker on the fortress. As long as this is not done, the fortress is considered a simple city. Raising the siege. If the number of steps necessary to maintain the siege is not met, the siege is raised, and at the beginning, and the besieging units must redeploy into adjacent hexes using the retreat rules, and whenever possible, close to their supply sources. If a friendly force to the besieged fortress enters the hex, a battle occurs, but the besieged units do not take part in that battle. All right, and we're pausing there. Again, I feel like these rules are fighting me every step of the way in terms of like trying to make sense out of them. Getting close to midnight again. This time Sunday night, going into Monday. Monday's supposed to rain. It's supposed to rain tonight, so I got nothing I really have to do except for raid, of course, which there's an event going on, and I had intended to skip it, but then got convinced into going partway through it because there's some advantages to that, and then I'm like, fuck, I might as well just complete it. I've got more than half of it done, and I don't know. I want my life back. At least sometime, some of it. Okay. Naval warfare. Pipe out. If the number of steps necessary to maintain the siege is not met. No, that's raising siege. Okay. My brain inverted. When enemy fleets have failed to avoid combat or have opted not to avoid combat, a naval battle occurs. Remember, we already had the naval movement rules in there. I kind of feel like warfare should include movement, but anyhow. The naval battle is resolved as simultaneous fire volleys between fleets. Roll a d6 for each fleet, which is the individual counters, each of which is named with leadership capabilities, basically. And modify the result by the fleet's tactical bonus, which, if we look again, the sample fleet, tactical bonus is going to be the rightmost number. The left number is maneuver value. And then we also have movement points and all kind of other stuff. Okay. It's really funny because, you know, some of this stuff like portrait, do we really need an arrow telling us portrait? Entry and exit date probably could be on one line, but okay, whatever. Admiral name, do we really need a line for that? Do we really need a line to show us that there's an anchor? They make it so cluttered, and there would have been ways to put all that information, but they could have put some space in. It's like graphic design for a compass just has no eye for anything. Anyway, all right. If a naval squadron takes part in the battle, each admiral applies his own bonus to the fleet he commands. I believe squadrons are groups of fleets. Again, it's not defined properly, but it was one of those, hey, we had to parse this out, right? Each side tallies their total and compares it to the other side's total. So you roll a bunch of dice, adding the modifiers. If the difference is between 1 and 3, the losing side retreats with no losses, presumably the side with the lower value. If the difference is between 4 and 7, the losing side eliminates one fleet and the surviving fleets retreat. If it's between 8 and 11, the losing side eliminates 2 and the survivors retreat. If it's 12 or more, the losing side is eliminated. This is going to cover, you know, possibly captures and all that in a very abstracted sort of way because the winner doesn't lose anything, it looks like. And here we talk about what? A squadron consists of 2 British fleets, yeah. Squadrons feel like they should be smaller than fleets, but anyway, haven't we said this already? Right. If tied, the non-phasing player decides first whether to retreat or stay. If he retreats, he is considered the loser. If he stays, the phasing player can choose to retreat or stay. The phasing player decides to retreat, he is considered the loser. If both stay, a second round of combat will be fought. Fair enough. Retreat goes to a harbor in the same sea area. Both sides, which ends the phasing fleet's activation. I don't know what that means. That both sides in there? Does that mean you can retreat into somebody else's harbor? Kind of looks like it. A friendly harbor within movement factor range of the fleet. This movement cannot take place through sea areas under the exclusive control of enemy fleets at sea. Non-phasing player. Okay. First issue. Non-phasing player. I guess that's only... Oh, that's the both sides. Either side can go to a harbor in the same area. Not sure it has to be friendly. Is the harbor this? That's the blockade box. Seems funny that you could go to a harbor that's not friendly, but here they specify a friendly harbor within movement fleet range. So this is the non-phasing player can choose this. This is the both sides non-phasing player. The sea area from which the fleet entered the battle area at a cost of 1 movement point, which I guess means you get to keep moving. Again, you know, you parse out what's in the parentheses after looking at all of them, and it begins to make some sense, because like this non-phasing player just made no sense. It doesn't modify that. If it had been both sides, colon, phasing, non-phasing player, phasing player, each with colon, yeah, that would make more sense to me. But this, it just puzzles me and forces my brain to work overload. If the losing side retreats into a harbor, the winner included the non-phasing player can pursue the loser and blockade this harbor if he has enough movement points. I think you can only retreat into a friendly harbor. Otherwise, the guns are going to shoot at you and whatnot, you know. Retreating into a harbor or establishing a blockade ends movement for the activated fleet. If the activated fleet loses the combat but does not retreat into harbor, it can resume its movement and spend movement points but cannot re-enter the sea zone where the battle took place. If it does not have enough movement points, its movement ends. If it's in a blockaded harbor and is defeated, it can only retreat into its harbor. i.e., if you fought the blockading force and got pushed in. Okay. Again, you know, each of these clauses, it has to be considered. It's just, somehow it just does not flow. Naval combat in a harbor. Naval combat can take place in the harbor if the phasing player decides to attack enemy fleets sheltered in this harbor. In this case, the fleets in the port cannot avoid combat. On the other side, they benefit from the protection of coastal batteries. A harbor with no fortress has no coastal batteries. Each permanent fortress point gives a +2 DRM to the D6 roll if fleets are present. Now, there could be up to 3 fleets, so that would add +6 to your total there. If no fleets are present in the harbor, roll a D6, and every fortress level after the first level provides +2 DRM. So you get a base die on that. This is really weird. See, now, this is weird too. It gives a +2 DRM to the D6 roll. There are multiple D6 rolls if there's multiple fleets present. Do they each get a +2, or is it +2 per the way that it's +2 on that alone? Let's take a look. A harbor with a level 2 fortress currently has no fleets. That doesn't help. That's a perfectly reasonable. If a fleet was a harbor, the defending player would have to roll a D6 for the fleet with a +4 DRM. Yeah, that's fine. It's +2 per point of the thing. Still doesn't answer the ambiguous case. It just answers the 2 things that were clear as fucking day, but does not tell me anything about what happens if I have 2 fleets in the harbor. Do I add +2 per point, or +2 per point per die? Yuck. Right? Let's look again at naval combat. Let's see. Roll a D6 for each fleet. Remember, there's multiple fleets in a squadron. And each admiral applies his own bonus to the fleet he commands. So, you know, you're getting like up to 3 dice rolled. It's not clear. It's just not clear. I think it's meant to be limited to 1 +2 per point of the fortress. But I could make an argument for the other side. Where are we? If the attacker loses the battle, he retreats as explained above, except as if he is attacked from the blockade box with a blockade already in place. In this case, he retreats into the blockade box and resumes the blockade, no additional combat round. If the defender loses the battle, he retreats to a friendly harbor within movement factor range, and during the retreat can be intercepted by other enemy fleets which did not take part in the battle, or may decide to remain in the harbor, but a blockade is then in effect. Okay. If the attacker wins the battle and the fleets from the harbor have retreated, the attacker can pursue them by spending remaining movement points. But I don't think they can keep fighting in the harbor. But maybe, if they have multiple movement points, maybe they can sail back in and shoot it up again. Loss of naval leaders. Only admirals can be killed, not geographically named fleets. During each battle, roll 2d6 for each named admiral whose fleet has been sunk. On a 12, the admiral's killed. Remove his counter from the game permanently. Some fleets are nothing more than decoys. They move like other fleets and have maneuver modifier but no combat. If a decoy fleet takes part in a battle, it automatically destroyed no matter what the outcome of the battle is. So far they still have not told me the obvious here, but only because there's decoys, which is that the fleets should be deployed upside down, so you don't know what they are. Corsairs. Now, this is actually interesting because, I should have a Corsair box here. Let me see, do those look like, yeah, those look the same as other fleets as well. So there's no distinguishing marker about Corsairs there. Should they be upside down in the Corsair box? I don't know. Corsairs are a special type of French naval unit. On their front side is the admiral's portraits, an anchor symbol, and a skull and crossbones, and a single rating representing their effect on British trade. When produced, Corsairs are drawn randomly and placed in the Corsairs box. During the spring budget phase, they can be attacked by coalition fleets. The surviving Corsairs will be able to attack British trade. A coalition fleet can be placed in the escorts box during the naval round of the activation phase. Just remove the counter from the sea area and put it in the box. This is not possible if the fleet is blockaded or if its movement has geographical restrictions. The fleets can exit the escorts box to re-enter the map in a national port during the naval influence. This costs the entire movement allowance of the fleet. And then we get an example here. See if there's anything funky. I don't see anything that is of interest to me. All right, we're at page 33 out of about 50 of the rolls. It's gotten slower, hasn't it? Diplomacy and events. This phase occurs at the beginning of each turn. Events phase during the spring interphase, which is not always in spring. When certain actions require the players to play in a specific order, they give a sequence: Spain, Turkey, Prussia, Austria, Russia, France, Britain. Unless specified otherwise, a block means France or the coalition plus their major allies that are not played by a physical player. Events phase. This phase takes place during each turn, but the major activities only occur during the spring turn. Okay. You're allowed to reveal events. Okay. There's a set of cards common to all scenarios. There are also sets of cards for Revolutionary and Empire period. During the spring turn, new cards are added to the deck, and major powers randomly draw cards from the event deck. Now, what we have is actually a sorting. So, these are Revolutionary cards. This is, I think, the entry date into the deck. Yeah, now I'm really not sure. An exit date? Do they have this specified somewhere? Are the cards detailed? I don't remember seeing them ever. I remember being really confused when I saw dates on them. Yeah, I'm assuming they're entry and exit dates. And major powers in diplomacy phase order randomly draw cards from the event deck, and in the case of public events, play one immediately in the order per block or player. In the case of multiplayer games, each player plays one public event. France draws 2 cards, and an additional for controlling Flanders, which they seem to start with. Controls are as allied to Lombardia, Venetia, Romagna, Tuscany, Piedmont, and Genoa, all of northern Italy. And the Rhine Confederation and Kingdom of Bavaria are established. Each give an additional card. France loses a card if a war of liberation exists in Spain. Britain draws 2 cards. She loses 1 card for each of the following events. Another major power has more fleets than Britain, or if enemy forces are present on Britain's national territory at the beginning of the spring turn. Now, national territory is bounded by these, so it looks to me like Ireland, at least everything except maybe this swamp over here. Well, that would mean this swamp's not English either. So yeah, I would guess Britain and Ireland are considered British national territory. What do we got here? Or if the continental system is in effect. Each spring turn, each allied major power except Spain and Turkey provides 1 card to draw to France or Britain. But in a multiplayer game, each major power played by a physical power, except Britain and France, including Spain and Turkey, can draw 1 event card whether the power is at war or not. And as soon as we can, we're going to play a multiplayer game, but I don't think this first one is. All right, let's talk about the event deck. Maybe this will help clear up those dates. The event deck is shared by all players. The deck is composed of cards from the common deck and those from the Revolution or Imperial. Okay. So Imperial is this dark blue. None of them should be in play. The common deck has a C on it. It looks almost the same color. And then red is the Revolutionary deck. Now I pawed through my dates for the Revolutionary, but I see there seem to be dates on all of these. And why is this not Imperial if it's common, if it has an 1805 on it? I don't know. Let's go back and see. But I'm guessing those are entry and exit dates for the cards. At the beginning of the spring event phase, new cards with a date corresponding to the current year are added to the deck, which is then shuffled with the remaining available cards. Now, some cards have 1 date, some have 2, some have none. So, yeah, I mean, the question here is this available in 1792 and 1797? That seems unlikely with King of France executed, right? I think it's between, but then I looked at something like Scorched Earth and it just says 1805. Fine, 1805 on, but why is it a common deck card? That feels weird. Do we have any of these with a, you know, the common deck looks like it doesn't have time spans. It's just a matter of, like, you know, well, Spanish New World Gold, Spain may not be that important. Forage, okay, look, that may be different. I don't know. Some of these feel like they should be in effect earlier. I don't know why they have an entry date at all in them. Like this, 1805 to 1812. I guess it makes sense. Talleyrand goes away at some point, but he only goes away because Napoleon is defeated, basically. Well, he still doesn't go away in 1812 because he's present at the surrender. I guess he just becomes ineffectual for France. Anyway, I think those are start and end dates. It feels very weird that the common deck has start and end dates in it, especially if, like, they correspond to the Imperial deck at all. Like the one was 1805, which just feels weird. Like that should be in the Imperial deck, I think. I don't know where I thought I had it. Scorched Earth starts in 1805, which is within the Imperial period entirely. It just feels weird. I mean, maybe it's a typo or something. You know, maybe it should be an I card. Maybe they changed their mind and juggled things around. Who knows? Make sure these all say 1792, the ones that players actually start the game with. They start with specific cards. There's not a lot of deck at the beginning. And again, these are assigned by nation. The starting cards, which leads you to believe that there's multiple nations in this game, but the victory conditions instructions don't seem to support that. Key factor, some of them say remove when played, which means they're play once and then they're gone. No problem there. But some of them say public, which we're going to get to. That has its own special impact. Let's take a look at what that says. Previously played cards are placed aside and they're returned to the deck only when there are no more playable cards available to build a deck. But in the spring, you add new cards. So, like, the discards, I guess, stay out of those reshuffles. There are public events marked with notation public, which must be played and revealed immediately, but at a rate of one public event per block per turn. Means season. If you do not play a multiplayer game, a public event card must be played immediately, even if it is detrimental to the player who picked it. If the player holds several ones, then of course he can choose which one to play. Neither of these are public. The Brunswick Manifesto, I bet, is. White Cockade is not. Where the British player sets up Lyonnais Corps. But this is held by the Austrians, according to the setup? That seems weird. The Brunswick Manifesto is indeed public, so they will have to play this. I don't think they get additional cards. There aren't going to be many if the dates are correct. Like, there's one, King of France executed, but here's the problem. This card. So the scenario starts in 1792, right? In spring. That card is not available in 1792, period, the end. Because there's no draw phase except in the spring period, and the game starts in the summer season, which is why cards had to be assigned to begin with. But there's no reason that starts in 1792 if that's the case. Oh, yeah. Like, it's just so hard to figure out what the fuck, like, what is going on with this kind of stuff. Like, you start looking at things and you see flaws and you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. That usually will mean there's a problem with your understanding, but there's just a problem with the game. Okay, a public event must be played immediately, even if it is detrimental. He can choose which one. Other events can be kept by the player and played at the moment he deems most appropriate. During the budget phase, a player can sell an event card to another player for a freely negotiated price. The price must be paid immediately. The nature of the events differs. Some events are military and can be played during the action phase. Others may allow entry of new units or the declaration of war of some countries. Some cards are removed from the game when played. Other cards are played or set aside and returned to the deck only when there are no more cards available to be drawn. What is the order of draw? That feels important if the thing gets reshuffled only when somebody needs to draw. I would guess, I don't know, well, we got the order here. There we go. And it would be, I guess, France, Britain, otherwise. Okay. The players can keep the cards they have drawn subject to the previous conditions of use. France can draw 4 cards, -1 for War of Liberation. She picks 2 public and 2 secret. She's forced to play a public during spring and 1 more during summer. Diplomacy phase. On the map, there's a track with the name of each major power with an allied box, a neutral box, and a satellite box. Okay, well, the only satellite box says French satellites, but okay. In two-player games, the diplomacy markers for major powers, except France and Britain, are placed in the allied box of either France or Britain, or in the neutral box. But the diplomacy marker of allied minor powers stay in their own boxes. What? Diplomacy markers for major powers are placed in the allied box of either France or Britain, but the diplomacy marker of allied minor powers stay in their own boxes. I think what they're trying to say there is, let's say Russia has a minor ally of Sweden, as they might. That minor ally will be in Russia's box. The way it's worded in their own boxes sounds like it would be in Sweden's box. Well, they don't have one. In two-player games, the diplomacy markers for major powers, didn't we just read this? Except France and Britain, are placed in the allied box of either France or Britain or in the neutral box. Let's repeat the exact same sentences. Okay, cool. You can tell it's a second printing, right? During each turn, each player, either a block or a major power played by a physical player, can attempt to influence in order. Minor powers round, and then we have a major powers round. One minor country not allied with another power spending any money. In addition, each player... okay. I mean... this is, again, the way the wording just kills you. I read this sentence, this should be sort of a standalone thing, and now I go, in addition, great. But this doesn't tell me shit. In addition, each player may pay to dispatch an embassy which will perform an additional attempt on the same or another minor country. This embassy will cost £4 and is paid by the British or French player or played by other or a played other major power. Presumably whoever is doing the attempt. The second attempt is performed after the first and in the same order as above. Order? Yeah. I mean, I guess they mean the default order, but again, as above makes me think I'll see it pretty close in locality. Each player will state only at this moment whether he wants to dispatch an embassy and pays the cost. It's just horribly written. Major power round. These attempts are occurred after the diplomacy round for minor powers in the diplomacy phase order. In a multiplayer game, each player can attempt to influence one neutral major power unplayed by a physical player for £4. Embassies, like on the minor powers, on the same major power or another allowed for the same £4 cost. The cost of these attempts is spent from the checking major powers budget, or in a two-player games, only France and Britain can execute diplomacy checks. So the cost is what we're talking about here, but then, or in two-player games, comma, only France and Britain execute. France checks first, Britain second. I mean, I get what they're trying to say, but it's just, it's so fucking like, and again, when you don't trust the rules, and they're worded so fucking poorly, I mean, you'd think they'd at least get somebody who was a natural English speaker to copy edit this. And a wargamer, right? You know? Jesus. The cost for these attempts is spent, yeah. Diplomacy check resolution. Where the fuck are we? Okay, we're going to stop at the end of these pages. The player rolls 2d6 modified by political bonuses associated with each minor or major power. Now, I believe we have this somewhere. Something. What I know we have is chits for each of these. So here's like Baden, and they'll have a French +2, Allied +1. No, Austria +1, as I'm guessing. Then we also have these, which I don't know what they state, like Austrian, Italian. I don't know what these are for. They're not this. And I don't think they've been addressed. When you look at like the components, where you expect stuff like that to be addressed, or the map to be discussed or anything, there's just nothing. So yeah, there's a huge quantity of counters that have nationalities and other stuff that I don't know what they reflect. I don't recall them having an impact, but I do recall these guys, which are nationalities and give effects on each. So the political bonuses are on those counters. Are they elsewhere? Here we go. So here's all the diplomacy modifiers and the forces that each nation has, which are individualized. You don't use like generic counters or anything like that for this game. A power can influence the die roll by spending 2 pounds per +1 DRM for a maximum of +2. This is spent as bribes to people not represented in the game. Great. If the modified result is 12 or more, the check succeeds and the country's political status shifts by 1 in the direction of the successful checking major power. Now, if you don't have a modifier on the nation, it's going to be relatively hard to move them. And if you do have a negative modifier, just forget it, you know? But there may be cards that give modifiers or something too. Players must wait until the last roll of the dice to know the final statuses of the countries. What? I guess what they're saying is that I can modify a nation, get it to move 1, and then you do it and get it to move another, and whatever. And then we don't change the situation until we look at what's going on. I'm guessing if a major power reaches an alliance of another major power, the diplomacy markers of the minor powers allied to such a major stay in their own boxes to show her minor allies belonging to the alliance too. Horribly written, but again, we figured out what this means. Die roll modifiers are national modifier, which is on those cards and on the chits. Major power defeated by the bloc during a prior war. -1 for the winner, +1 for the losing bloc. Not sure how this is going to work out in multiplayer. Yeah. You're on one side or the other. Yeah. You're always on one side or the other. Can we remember that? Yeah, I guess so. Now, what does this mean? Major power defeated by the bloc during a prior war. I don't know what that means, right? Like, is that a modifier for checking, say, a nation like Austria, which is a major power, which was defeated by a bloc? Well, then this winner-loser doesn't make sense. So I think whoever won the last war gets a penalty. But I'm not sure. Like, this is just kind of nonsensical, right? So one way of looking at it is, it's a die roll modifier for trying to change a major power. If you defeated that major power, then what does this mean? -1 for winner, +1 for loser. It's absolutely meaningless. So let's take a look at the other option, which I was trying to figure out. Let's say France won a war. See, it's defeated by the bloc. Yeah, I just don't get it. I can't even parse this. I cannot parse it. Because the coalition as a whole, or the alliance as a whole, don't get defeated, right? It's individual powers that get defeated. So if I was a major power, like I just cannot come up with a meaningful way of determining what this says. I cannot come up with it. Again, let's take a... The second option just doesn't make sense. Because a major power, let's say, okay, let's take a look. France is doing the diplomacy. They were defeated by a bloc in the previous war. Well, if they were defeated, then they would get a +1 to all diplomacy rolls. But if they were defeated, they could never be the winner and could never get a -1. So obviously it's not the power that's trying to do the diplomacy. So now let's take a look at what I thought, what the first option was that I discarded before. Let's say Austria was defeated by a bloc, by the coalition. Let's say the French defeated Austria, or the pro-French defeated Austria during a prior war. -1 for the winner, +1 for the losing bloc. You know what I think they mean? I think they mean if France beat Austria previously in a war, France has a penalty at getting Austria into the war. I think that's what they mean. And the alliance has the losing... There is no losing bloc, but the side that Austria was with when it lost that war still has a +1 to align with them. I think that's what they're trying to do, but it basically doesn't make sense, and it's worded so poorly. Diplomatic support, +1 per 4 spent for major powers and +1 per 2 for minor powers each turn. This is in addition, if you pay an embassy, that just gets you another die roll. And the maximum is +2 in either case. These amounts are not added to the target power's budget. No, because they're being spent as bribes. They find their way into the pockets. Okay, here we've got an example. Maybe we'll understand after this. For example, Sweden is in the neutral box and France spends 4, 1 free attempt per turn on a minor, and rolls a 10 +2 DRM for a 12, moving Sweden. Okay, absolutely did not take into account any of these weird modifiers. So great. If diplomacy phase proceeds and the British performs diplomacy, he targets Sweden, spending 4 for a +2 DRM, and despite the -1 for just concluded Swedish-French alliance. Say what? That's not in here. Holy fuck. I'm looking to see if there's anything that supports this +1 modifier for a just concluded. He rolls an 11 +2 -1. Okay, where did this come from? Like, it's beginning to feel like that may be what they're trying to say with this about being defeated during a prior war. Or maybe they left something out. Is there something up here? Okay. There's alliance credits. I don't think that's what it is. Yeah, I'm at this example is bringing something in that's not in the rules. It is not amongst the modifiers. Great. Might be something they left out they intended, might not. Glad I read the example. Now I'm more confused. Okay. Hey, maybe it tells me here. In fact, I see it does. Or if there's DRMs at least. I don't think it actually does. Minor power statuses. A minor country can have 3 different statuses. Neutral, no effect. If attacked by another power, the country immediately enters the war allied to the other bloc, and its marker is placed in France or Britain's allied box. Its units are controlled by France or Britain. Remember, these rules are written for a 2-player game. they get twisted around for multiplayer. There's not a true multiplayer. There's you're part of this alliance or the other alliance at all times. You're either pro-French or anti-French. Very much, War and Peace has this too. You can have wars that don't involve the rest of the bloc, but you become part of the bloc for movement and whatnot. Because it uses the chit pull, this makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, each nation would have to have its own chits, and then when they coordinate, they would have to use one player's chits and all kind of weird shit. Allied. The minor country immediately enters the war allied to the controlling power, and its troops are set up on the map. Only this status allows the minor country to produce its own troops during peace and war. Now remember, if you're attacked here, you become allied. So, to produce its own troop during a peace or war period, and it allows allied troops to halt within its territory during peace as well as during war against another minor or major power. I don't know what's up with like 2 minor powers at war. That feels weird. Like, I don't think I know of any way that can happen, but again, maybe. The minor country may also receive subsidies to build units during the spring budget phase. Lastly, a minor ally can only leave this allied status if conquered by another power or through a random event. Now, this is important because remember what we had here. You don't resolve these until all die rolls, until the last die roll, to know the final statuses of countries. But the key thing is you can't diplomacy somebody out of an alliance in general, is what I think they're saying. But random events can do it. Wait, exception. The coalition may attempt a diplomacy against a minor power allied to France if this power is part of the continental system and not a satellite. And then here we get to modifiers. A -1 DRM applies for each French step present in the minor power homeland. And a -1 DRM applies to diplomacy attempts by other powers during the current diplomacy phase. Now again, we have this, players must wait until the last roll of the dice to know the final statuses of countries. But this example, in conjunction with this, makes it sound like at the very least, you get that protection of the DRM. And the only way it works is if it's the continental system is in place, which is not specified here. But at least we came up with a way for this to work, but we kind of have to ignore this. Players must wait until the last roll of the dice to know the final statuses of countries. That's just sort of a, yeah, there's some chance of interfering in some cases. I don't know. Satellite. This status applies only to minor powers allied to France and is announced at the beginning of the conquest phase in the winter turn. That conquest phase, do we have something special? Conquest of minor powers, winter only. No supplied foreign force can be present in the minor powers territory when this declaration is made. The minor power is then immune to diplomacy by the coalition and to enemy or random events. Only those minor powers sharing a border with France or those created in the game, Italy, Rhine, Poland, and Westphalia, can benefit from this status. So it's a better form of minor that France has. Major power statuses. We're not going to see this if I'm playing multiplayer, you know, full 7 powers, but in most games you probably would. Neutral status. The power can produce units as described in the production rules while abiding by possible peace clauses that could have been dictated to this power previously. During diplomacy, the neutral major power can only act if played by a physical player, i.e., you can't try to do diplomacy on minors, etc. Which significantly changes the game, right? Like Prussia may have specific, and Austria and Russia may have specific bonuses towards certain minors, but they cannot play in the diplomacy phase So Britain ends up running the coalition, and being the modifier, you can't use your majors, I guess. Oh, when it's neutral. When it's neutral. Fair enough. When activated by the neutral initiative markers, land units can move within the borders of their national territory. Fleets can move anywhere on the map, but they must end their movement in a harbor in either their country or an allied minor. As long as they're neutral, the units of these countries are played under neutral activation chits by one block in the following order. France plays Spain and Turkey, Britain plays the rest. And I'm done. Declaration of war phase, at which we have this much rules, and then example, how to read this chart. It looks like rules, it's not like, oh, here's another example. Okay, let's look at the declaration of war phase, because that's part of this, isn't it? Part of the diplomacy phase? Well, I don't see a declaration of war phase. Neat. I absolutely do not see that over here. I think it'd be in the diplomacy phase. I'm guessing after diplomatic actions, and then there's nothing there. Each power following the diplomatic order printed above can declare war on some powers and ally with other powers. A player can not invade a neutral country before declaring war on it. In the two-player game, you definitely are going to see situations where, you know, France needs to expand its territory. Maybe it goes beats up Prussia because Austria's knocked out of the war, stuff like that. So I can see declarations of war happening in the two-player game. And certainly the declaration of war on alliances and whatnot, that's going to be very flexible in the multiplayer game. I'm going to put this here. I don't know whether either of these examples needs to be looked at. Hopefully I'll remember to look at that. Otherwise, we get to the economics and budget phase, which the diplomacy was here on every game turn. The economics and budget swings us over here. Now, does that make sense to our brain as to what we said? Yeah, I guess so. It's each turn, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why the spring interface wasn't all clumped together. Whatever. Okay, whoa, this did not charge. So these examples supposedly do seem to contain rules and more contradictions. Minor powers can have 4 statuses. When a minor is still neutral, it does not produce anything. For instance, Switzerland in 1792. We'll look at this chart. This is the one that it's talking about. It says neutral until it gets here. Okay. Saxony in 98, or Hansa from 92 to 1805. Okay, fine. Once the minor power enters the war, it's allied to a major power as written with the name of the corresponding major power on the letter A. For instance, Egypt of 1792, find that, has Turkey A, which means it's allied to Turkey. Okay, great. Which means that, that Egypt is allied to Turkey. Now, the funny thing is, in the 1792 scenario here, this is the first problem, Turkey is not a power. So, okay, you know, maybe you can make your own scenario or whatever, but there really isn't a lot of room for that in a game with event cards and whatnot. So I don't think the game is easily modified in that way. Now, what's interesting here is once it enters the war, it's allied to a major power as written with the name. So we'll take a look at Switzerland here. 1792 to 1798, it's neutral. That's okay, because this scenario only goes to 1797, and then there's an Italian scenario and whatnot. So, all right, that's fair enough. I'm wondering if there are any that are fucked up. Like here, Sardinia, 1790, now again to 1798, fine. I'm worried about this seems to imply that these neutrals move in a way outside of that chart up there, and I don't think that's the case. When such an allied minor power belongs to a new created state, such as the Rhine Confederation, which is done within the rules, the corresponding new state is written in brackets beside. For instance, Cleves, let's find Cleves. We don't know how it's going to be spelled because they've spelled it in multiple ways. Cleves. Cleves in 1809, allied to France via the Rhine Confederation. Again, if you're playing the scenario that starts in 1809, you'd have that. I don't think there's a switch outside of the game mechanisms. You have to create the Rhine Confederation, etc. And you can see where problems like that come across. In such cases, the resource of each member of the new created state are totalized into the new created state resources, like in our example, read on the Rhine line here. We see 5 parentheses 1, which includes Cleves with 1 parentheses 0. Now, what are the numbers? That's not clear to me, right? But Cleves here is a 1 parentheses 0 belonging to Prussia. Now we look at the setup here, and let's take a look. Cleves is not here. It is not addressed in any of these as part of the setup there, which is troublesome. It makes it seem that Cleves is not part of the game or something. Here we've got troops in Cleves. Let's take a look at this. 3124. Let's see if that has any. Now, 3124 is occupied by Austria. Let's see. Clayford has an infantry corps and a reduced, I think that's cuirassier. These are all Austrian units that are here. There's no Cleves units there. I don't know where, I don't know how this arranges in respect to the 1792 scenario. If Cleves is actually part of the Prussian alliance, their force should be set up, actually. And it's not. And again, I'm at a loss with contradictions. I'll keep working through to see what else I can find. The other side of things is we can look at this key here. Does this tell me anything? It has brackets pound sign. Like, this isn't being explained here, right? At least as far as I can find. It has brackets pound. So what this may mean is that there's, in the case of Cleves, it produces a buck each turn is maybe what I'm saying. Plus com, if included within continental blockade. So we have something like here where it says 2 plus 2. That means that it produces additional money for commerce. Then we have parentheses, maximum SP recruitment per budget phase. If we look over here at Cleves, it's got a diplomacy factor for Prussia. This is a different chart, but it has no setup forces. So I think Cleves doesn't actually have a force of its own. It just produces income. This is how I'm trying to reconcile what's happening. But again, it's requiring like trying to figure things out that are really, really, this reminds me of the original D&D where at least some of the, I didn't have the 3 books, but I've read about this. Some of the monster entries had % liar, right? It was a typo. It was supposed to say % lair, which is also pretty damn, like, you know, obtuse when you're thinking about it. But, you know, once you start to figure it out, like, when they got to the monster manual, they started putting % in lair, which at least gave you an extra word and gave you the idea that it's the and maybe it was actually defined somewhere. But % liar was particularly interesting. And then we've got diplomacy after the dot. So this follows, you know, we look at something like this and we can see everything. It's got 2 income plus 2 commerce. I think that's what com means. Parentheses, 1 strength point per turn that it can recruit. And then it's allied with France. That's how I have to deal with this. And so I think Cleves is part of Prussia and just is producing money, none of which was actually spelled out in the setup stuff. We go further. An allied minor power at war may produce its own units within the limits of its recruitment level. Such an allied minor power can receive some loans from its controlling major power, but no more than its own budget. Which might be interesting here because the cost per step for line infantry is 3. So I don't know. Let's see if we have something that has line infantry in it. So here we have a Saxon Dinf, which is an infantry detachment. Does that have a different cost? And we may not find our problem here. So a detachment costs 3. I don't know what CU is. We have no idea what CU is. That might be explained. This has a number that we haven't gotten to yet. So we'll worry about that later. What did we say? Saxony. Saxony might be relatively rich. It might be a bad choice. Yeah, so Saxony has a 7 income with 2 units. So it can produce those 3-point units. And it can produce both of them, actually, with just its income. I'm looking to see if there's anything that looks ugly here. That has, like... Okay, here's one, Thuringia. Thuringia has 2 bucks, but you could loan it a buck so it could build a step. So that's, or give it a buck so it could build a step. So that's possible to build its units. I don't think that there's anything that has a 1 parentheses 1, which would be the problematic case. And I'm okay if something, I don't know, if something had like a 4 parentheses 3, that wouldn't be allowable because you couldn't loan it enough money. But anyway. All right, we're good there then. When during the course of a war, a minor power has lost its capital city, it does not produce anything even if it does not surrender because it still controls at least 1 fortress. It's the same when it's conquered before the end of the current war. If the conquering major decides later to reinstate it as a new allied minor power, the allied minor state will be able to produce again. For instance, Baden shifts its alliance from Austria to France. Alternatively, the conquering major power may decide to integrate it into its homeland. In such a case, the resources of a minor belong to the main power's budget. Such a situation is written in gray italics on the chart with the name of the conquering power. and we see some of these, like here, I think. So Prussia owns Masovia and Poznań, and Galicia is owned by Austria. Those are the pieces that are going to put together Poland later on. Of course, Poland exists at the beginning of the game. It hasn't been divided yet. Now there's this weird, so here, if the conquering major power decides to reinstate it, it'll be able to produce again. Semicolon, for instance, Baden shifts its alliance from Austria 1798 to France 1805. This has nothing to do with conquering. As far as I'm concerned, when conquering happens or whatever, that's within the game, and I don't know why that's there. Anyway, for instance, Syria with Turkey, Neufchâtel with France in 1809. Wait, what are they saying? Those resources are included in the major powers' resources. Yeah, let's take a look at Syria then. So Syria always gives its resources, 3 with a production to Turkey, or the capability to produce. Unless somebody establishes Syria, right, as a minor power or something. I don't even know if that's possible. I don't think there's a Syrian counter, but we could find that out here. It says no diplomacy, it's got no setup. Yeah, I think Syria is just, like, I don't think it's a country, which is what's really weird here. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about here. These resources are included in the main powers resource chart of each year, so you don't have to compute them again. Yeah, well, you know, again, the political situation with major powers can change too, where they can lose territory. So, sometimes some minor powers may be integrated into other minor powers' homeland. The same mentions as above describe the situation. For example, Ansbach with Bavaria in 1809, listed here. Now, if we look at Bavaria, it goes up. However, it goes up by 2, so it must have something else it's getting other than Ansbach. But I don't see anybody else that's giving something to Bavaria, but it may be Austrian territory that's being given. If we look at Austria, they will not be on this chart. And we're not going to see anything of interest here. I don't think there's any chart that tells me what the majors have, although there was an indication of that. Here we go. Here it is. So here they give the number of pounds that it has, the number of com, which is going to be commerce, right? Max CUSP, max Cav SP. CU is, I guess, combat unit, which apparently don't include cavalry, even though they were defined as such earlier. Conquered province gives the loser, loses 3. The CU limit for both sides is not affected. Okay. We'll get to that when we get to the results of a war. Not sticking. Okay. And then we get more examples there. Now I'm going to read through this one, see if that has problems as well, or things that I need to point out. Again, these are supposedly examples, but they're really not. They're also, like, they are how to read these things. Well, this one may be different. This is handling the cards you get. It's spring 1805 and France is allied to Spain. On the other side, Britain is allied to Austria and Russia. There is no scenario that allows for that, okay? This is an example that cannot exist. And this is important. So the first turn of the 1805 Third Coalition is summer of 1805. And this is a campaign game. This is one of the starts for the Grand Campaign. like this 1792 scenario, it starts in the summer turn, the cards are already going to be dealt out, and they say new 1805 cards from the Empire period are added to the unplayed common cards. Cards from the Revolutionary have already been removed. Then, according to diplomatic order, France draws first. Now, this gives you an example of what you would draw, but you don't play the spring turn. Those cards for 1805 that aren't announced as already in hand, and maybe some are random, but in 1792 they're not. If it's like the 1792 scenario, again, there's going to be a pile of cards that say 1805 that aren't. I thought about it a little bit. Does it make a difference? No, it doesn't. Because, let's take a look. We have one card from 1792 here. We have no 1792 common cards that aren't already in somebody's hand, right? Like, there's cards that are in people's hands. This card, the King of France Executed, is going to get shuffled in with the 1793 cards, because this is going to be face down. It's going to be part of the deck. It's not a discard or anything like that, in which case it would be frozen. It's going to get shuffled in with any of the 1793 cards from either of these from both of these decks, and only available for draw come spring. I don't believe any of the cards allow you a card draw or anything like that. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe the French have something that allows them to draw a card. It says draw, but it's not that. Oh, here it is. Play of this card allows the French player to draw another event card of his choice during future spring turns. Okay. Not spring interphases, which happen not on spring, but actual spring turns. The only time you would draw. France may not take diplomacy actions until the Directory event has been played. Now this is weird. France may not take diplomacy actions until the Directory event has been played. Is that an effect of this card? It's what it feels like. But it feels like I'm going to be allowed to take diplomacy until I put the Committee of Public Safety. That kind of makes sense. Once you institute the terror, which is the Committee of Public Safety's thing, I think you kind of cause yourself an issue. Now, yeah, and you wouldn't play this until spring 1793. So it doesn't, yeah. So again, this card here does not actually do a damn thing. It's a 1793 card in all senses of the word. 1805 may work the same exact way. I didn't look to see if there's random cards drawn. Like players may start with some random cards. In particular, I don't have very many cards. You know, France has 2 cards. Britain has 1. Austria has 1. I'm sorry, Prussia has 1, Austria has 1, Britain has none. So there's kind of a, okay, what's up? But anyway, yeah, let me see if there's more. This pretty much reads as totally an example, a completely fictitious one that cannot be played in any scenario because the 1805 scenario, the campaign scenario is the only scenario starting in 1805. There's no scenario that overlaps into 1805 or anything. So there's no spring diplomacy 1805 in the game, such as life. But it does give you a nice breakout of the rules. I saw nothing that confused me or caused issues. Okay, economics and budget. All the budget subphases are simultaneous. Except for reinforcement, which is performed sequentially according to the diplomacy phase. Each power can use a budget fueled by resources from its control provinces, trade, subsidies from allies, and war indemnities. I don't know how they can be simultaneous. Like, but production... No, reinforcement is not part of economics. Yeah, I don't know. Production phases, I guess. I don't know what that is. 12.3. Is that when you produce units? I would think that's reinforcements, but Okay, it's down here. Yeah, I think reinforcement is when you actually deploy them. Okay. Each major and minor power's budget for each scenario is printed on the resource chart or in the play aid. During the spring turn, the major and minor powers compute their resources as pounds. 1 trade point generates 1 pound. They can build units, pay back debts, or spare some cash to allow diplomacy actions during the following turns. There is money for some of the powers already in play. France notably doesn't have any, which is okay, because the diplomacy phase, so they say diplomacy, what did they say here? Allow diplomacy actions during the following turns. If we look at diplomacy, yeah, it can be done each turn. But certain parts of it are spring only. Okay. This is weird, right? The diplomacy phase events. Play of additional event cards as possible during summer, autumn, and winter. Okay, let's look here. Spring phase, or spring interphase. Events phase, you draw new cards, and then a public event is revealed. This only happens in spring. Reinforcement and replacement, you might have units coming back, like from Honors of War or something, that'll show up here. Now again, it was ambiguous as to whether or not that happens only in the spring or in the spring interphase of other turns. But then the play of additional event cards is spelled out in the diplomacy phase, which kind of leads me to believe this is all spring. But like, again, weirdness. Like Honors of War, the troops should be able to march to a nearby fortress, but maybe not to anywhere, which I think they'd be allowed to do. Okay. Each power has a limit on how many combat steps it can build during a budget phase. This limit is called the recruitment level and is printed on the resource charts. Oh, really? Is it now? Because I think it may be this max CU SP and max Cav SP, but here's what I don't know. I don't know if that's a force pool maximum or a build maximum. What isn't here is a maximum, is a clear recruitment level, right? Do we see this? See a CU limit. This lists what is a combat unit. Please note that cavalry are combat units as opposed to, I don't know. So does that mean that cavalry cost against both these limits or not? We shall see. I doubt we're going to have good answers to all of this. For example, in 1805, okay, 1805, France has a 22-7 commitment level. The example should help us. 22-7, okay. That's what they're talking about indeed, which means she can build 22 combat steps, including 7 cavalry steps. I think that clears it out. You had to see the example to clear it out. They couldn't write it properly in the rules. But yeah, that's your build limit, not your force pool limit, which is probably pretty apparent because there's more than 22 steps of French out there. Okay. At the end of the winter turn, the major powers except Britain lose all unspent pounds. Britain can save any amount from one year to the next. And we've barely gotten anywhere, and I'm out of batteries. Special rule, French conscripts. This is not going to apply to the game I'm playing, at least the one that I'm playing next. 1805 to 1815 only. This rule is available from spring 1808 until the end of the game. It cannot be used in consecutive years. France can call for conscripts and double its recruitment level, but not cav recruitment level, and the number of pounds collected is multiplied by 1.5. Sounds like a good deal. The second time France calls for conscripts, though, Infantry Corps 1 through 6 lower their combat modifiers to +1 instead of +2. They become worse. France loses her attrition bonus, the one shared with Russia. It keeps its other bonuses until 1812. I don't know what its other bonuses are. Where was the French attrition bonus? I think that'll be on the attrition table. Let's take a look. Okay, so here we have at least half SPs are French or Russian, is a -1. -2 from French from spring 74 to winter 1811. So I think they mean its other bonus. Basically, it's got 2 points. One of those 2 is lost but both get lost. Well, 1812 you lose the other one. So if you don't do the conscript. France loses all diplomacy bonuses towards minor countries. Pretty harsh. So you don't want to call for conscripts twice if you can help it. In 1809, Napoleon calls for conscripts. In 1812, he calls again for them. From this point on, France suffers the penalties. All right. The rest should be easy, like collecting resources and stuff, but unfortunately, I'm out of battery power on this, and I don't want to fuck around, do I? Yeah, I'm awake. Like, I'm up here. I've got to waste like an hour or two. I don't know. So let's try to use that piece of shit. Like collecting resources, and I have the feeling I'm going to push the map up a little bit because it's very unlikely I'll be reading the rules up there. But the reason I didn't is I have pretty good reach over the map everywhere from here. Okay, provinces. During the spring budget phase, each player checks his starting budget to determine whether this budget has been increased or decreased. During a war, a province controlled by the enemy causes a 2-pound loss to its former owner, 4 if it's a key province. What are key provinces? We don't know. Because we don't have a description of the map and how it indicates stuff. We could look around and try to see. I think there's like a star or something for them. Shit, I got a hell of a hole in the back of these pants. Like we've got a star, but that's the capital, which I think is described here. We got victory cities and automatic victory cities. I see a color differentiation here, but that's for fortresses. I don't see anything that's really jumping out, right? We got heavy bold here, but that's national. I don't know. We'll have a list of these, but I was hoping there would be something that was immediately obvious on the map. Okay. Thanks for talking about something you haven't discussed yet. Well, maybe we do have this. HIJKL. Nope. Maybe province? Maybe. Part of either a minor or major power's national, its capital is printed red, may be annexed if a province is military. Nope. They don't bother to tell me that. Okay, great. Thanks. Crappy rolls. Okay. A province is controlled by the enemy if he controls its capital city with a supplied enemy combat unit or a reactivated fortress, or if all of its fortresses have been destroyed or reactivated by the enemy. Is that or and? There is no or here. For example, France and Austria are at war with each other. France considers Innsbruck the capital of Austria, Tyrol, and its only fortress. During the following spring, France received nothing because at the beginning of the war, the province was Austrian. On the other hand, Austria loses. Yeah, that doesn't answer my question. I don't know the answer. Like, these could be different things, right? All its fortresses. So let's find something that has fortresses and a capital that are separate. Well, first of all, we have this. So let's take a look at Hungary here. Hungary has, this may be the key province. I don't know, because France doesn't look like it has one. But I see Austria here. Now, Austria includes Hungary, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, Austria is the whole area. Vienna is part of Styria. Okay. All right, so Budapest has a fortress. If the enemy controls Budapest, maybe it's conquered, maybe it's not. Because this is the and/or question. Do I have to, in addition, have destroyed and/or reactivated all the other fortresses? Let's look for one that doesn't have a fortress. Well, that has a fortress but not in its capital. Because that's the other side of this issue, right? The other side of it, Languedoc here. Toulouse is a fortress. Hey, France is going to be all fortified. Oh, Emilia does not have a fortress. Okay, here's one. Russia. Here's the other question that it raises. Moscow has a capital. If I don't occupy Moscow and I occupy the 3 fortresses or have destroyed them or whatever, have I conquered Muscovy? Again, it's not clear because it doesn't say whether this is and or. And then the example, of course, is the one that cannot possibly resolve your questions. As is so often the case with examples, they give you the simplest fucking one. Innsbruck, which is a singular, here it is. Innsbruck is in Tyrol. Salzburg is not. Innsbruck is the only fortress and is the capital of Tyrol. And obviously that makes sense. But we don't have the example otherwise. When a major power is conquered, each province transferred to the victor gives him $3. 6 is if it's a key city province. Okay, so that's different now. Now we're talking not about key province, but key city province. And this may be the red. The red may be key cities, which therefore make it key provinces. Maybe, maybe not. And the same amount is subtracted from the former owner's revenue. The recruitment level remains the same unless the province is a former minor power, in which case it does impact the recruitment level of the conqueror by adding the minor power amounts and presumably subtracting them from the major power that was originally allocated to those. That's going to make the calculations really, really painful to make. Now let's see. Now we looked for key. Key was not there. Maybe city is there? I mean, we're not expecting anything, right? But what we may have is here We don't have a difference between city and see, they distinguish between red and black, right? On the map, Ancona is black, Rome is red. Ancona is not the capital, though. Are all capitals red? Like, it feels to me like all province capitals are red, which is not the red star. That's automatic victory. I don't know what's up with that. And victory cities, we haven't gotten to that yet. But it really looks to me like every province has a red city in it. So that's probably capital and not key city. Okay, so we're still lost. We're still lost as to what makes a province a key province. This made sense when I was reading it, but it doesn't make sense when I don't have a map key that tells me how to determine what a key province is, or a key city province, whatever that is. Dunno. And it's not like we don't have a distinguishment here. Like, I'm not seeing a difference in anything that would indicate it. Well, bugger me. Okay. Okay. A conquered minor country gives nothing to the conquering major power so long as it's not integrated into the major power's national territory during the next winter conquest phase. If the minor power is integrated, the conquering major power gets the minor power's whole budget and recruitment level will be modified accordingly. This is very different from empires in arms, where minor powers have an increased production value if they're free, if they're minor powers. But they produce crappier stuff. They may produce crappier stuff here too, but they don't seem to produce more money. If anything, yeah. If the major power decides to reinstate the minor power during a winter turn, that minor power will be able to produce its own units with its own resources. Each minor country allied to a major power can produce its own troops using its own resources. The allied major power can give 4 pounds to the minor country, but only during spring turns. Now, this is in contradiction to earlier, where you're allowed to give equal to its income. Weird, huh? I don't think it makes much difference, because miners can't save their money at the end of spring. Any remaining money is lost. The minor allied to no major power does not produce anything. If attacked, its units are deployed according to the diplomacy modifiers and force setup. It gets its whole force. If the capital city of a minor is occupied by the enemy, the minor produces nothing, even if it has not yet surrendered. This is the case when, for example, the minor still controls at least one of its fortresses, which leads me to believe this may be an and. I think it is an and. Trade. Each harbor has a trade value printed on its blockade box. Well, some of them do. Most of them don't. This value is the number of pounds the harbor gives to both the harbor owner and Britain. An enemy-controlled harbor provides nothing to Britain, and nor to its owner if they're at war. The number of trade points collected in the spring budget phase depends on the political situation between Britain and the countries that control the harbors in the sea area. Note, England itself has no harbor points because it's reliant on trade with everyone else. And it's considered to be dominating the seas. Alliance between the country and Britain. Britain and the country both receive the printed amount, except if the harbor is enemy-controlled or blockaded. War between the country and Britain. No trade points are received by either side. Yet if Britain occupies the harbor, she will receive the trade points. This brings one interesting other factor. What about conquered by Britain? Okay, let's take an example. Britain conquers the province of Sardinia. Well, that's not a great example. Britain conquers the province of Sicily. They have not created a minor power of it. So they're not at war. It's British territory. Does Britain get nothing, 1 times the value, or twice the value? Don't know. Like, they're getting the value from the province because they've conquered it. Would they also get the economic of the harbors? I think at the very least they get the trade from the harbors, but does their conquered territory also generate points? I don't know. This one's not covered. And conquered is different than occupying somebody's you're at war with. But Britain may not be able to integrate territory. So maybe that's because I think integration requires you actually be adjacent. The continental system can be dictated by France as a peace treaty condition. A minor power allied to France is automatically part of the continental system. No trade pounds are collected by Britain if part of the continental system. France receives trade for each harbor which represents the increase of French trade over French allies. Those pounds are reminded in the major power resource chart with the XCS mentioned. We have this indicating Spain as an ally. I don't know what's going on with that. Does that mean that if France has the continental system, both the power and France collect the money just the same way Britain and a power collect money if they're not in it? I don't know. We'll see. I doubt we'll have an answer to this. Diplomacy attempts by enemy powers on minor powers allied to France are allowed and receive a +1 die roll bonus. See, the continental system in Empires in Arms means the ports just don't supply money to anyone. France doesn't get a bonus out of it. The continental powers don't get, the powers in the continental system don't get the money from it, but Britain doesn't get the money either. And it's actually pretty bad for France's allies. Like, they would love to get that money because Britain doesn't need the money as much, but it's an interesting setup in that game. In this game, it feels like something completely different is going on because it does say France receives trade money for those harbors. An enemy-controlled harbor provides nothing to Britain and to its owner if they are at war. That might be the thing. So France will get the money, but not the continental power, not the allied power. That's what it seems to say. I don't know. All right. Corsairs and British trade. During the spring turns only, once the various countries have computed how many trade points they receive, Britain computes how many trade points she will receive and checks the influence of the Corsairs located in the Corsair box. And I got a couple of them there at the beginning of this scenario, picked randomly, by the way. With the following procedure. Attack of the Corsairs by coalition fleets present in the escort box. There's an escort box down there. To attack corsairs, the coalition fleets must first detect them. Each fleet can attempt to detect one corsair in the box by rolling a d6 and obtaining a 5 or more. The die roll is modified by the admiral's maneuver value and the corsair value. We gotta look. Maneuver value is, I know it exists. Maneuver factor is the first number. The tactical bonus is the second. The corsair value is not pronounced, is it? It doesn't exist there. Let's look at a corsair and see if they have something. So they have a red 3, which I think is the corsair value, because there's no numbers over here. That is the only number on a corsair ship. Of course, it's not on here. Not on the description of what we have. Detected corsairs can be attacked by the fleets which found them. Each fleet fires once at the corsair, rolling a d6 and modifying the result by the admiral's combat value. The corsair is sunk on a 5 or more. It doesn't get a combat value. Surviving corsairs roll dice to determine how many pounds they robbed from Britain, as shown on the corsair table. There we go. Roll a d6 and correspond with the number of corsairs. Doesn't look like there's any modifier, and there's just a percentage of the total trade that Britain would get. It looks to me like their their non-enemies receive is full value no matter what. Example, the escorts box contains 3 with 2 French corsairs. The coalition attempts to detect the first corsair with 2 fleets and the second with 1. The first corsair is detected by the 2 fleets but not the other. Yeah. I mean, the modifiers might be helpful to see. The coalition rolls 2 dice, 1 per fleet, and sinks the corsair, but the surviving corsair can use the table. Yeah, okay, thanks. That's a really helpful fucking example. It doesn't say a goddamn thing. Spanish gold in Andalusia. No, Spanish bombs, damn it. Each winter, and if no event contradicts this rule, Spain can receive gold from the New World for a total of 5 pounds, provided she has an unblockaded fleet in a free harbor. Okay, this is interesting because, hold on, there's a card for this. The event New World Gold, Spanish gold comes in no matter what, unless somebody plays this, in which case they have to have an unblockaded fleet. They get the Spanish gold instead of Spain by playing that. So yeah, people aren't willing to raid the Spanish treasure fleets earlier. Fair enough, fair enough. I thought it was the treasure fleet coming in, and I'm like, whoa. Okay, but it's an opportunity to take it. Gifts and loans. No matter their respective status, neutral or at war, the major powers can give money to each other and to minor powers. No reason to give it to unaligned minors. This decision and the amount are chosen during the budget phase, and they are declared and paid for at that instant. Except for Britain, which has no limit, major powers can transfer a maximum of 6 pounds to each other major power. Major powers can transfer a maximum of 4 to each minor power. I get the feeling that we've got 2 limits in play, right? So we don't have to look at a contradiction. You have a maximum of 4 to a minor power, but multiple major powers could give that minor power money, and the minor power can receive up to the amount of income it has, although 4 is sufficient. Each major or minor country cannot receive a total amount of gifts greater than its self-produced budget. Okay. In other words, the budget can be at most doubled by the gifts. Fair enough. War indemnities can be imposed by a power on a power as a peace clause by the winner, and they are paid during the next spring budget phase. How do you indicate these? I guess notes. To create new units, the power has to have money available according to the schedule printed on the production chart play aid, which is, I'm running out of battery. Oh, I know I saw this somewhere. Here it is. Production chart. It tells you the cost per step for each different kind of thing. Some things are really, really expensive, like guard cavalry and engineers and armies. Armies include the artillery points. The new units are available during reinforcement phase of the turn during which they are created. Each power can produce only the units provided in the game. By date, some units are limited by date. Production and setup occur only in the spring budget phase unless an event allows otherwise. Each major and minor power has a recruitment level, which represents the maximum number of steps that can be produced in the spring budget phase. Fleets can be built only in a shipyard, which has a white blockade box. Okay, most of them are blue. Each shipyard can produce only one fleet per budget phase. Corps can be produced with only one step, and they're deployed as flipped. The single step usually does not include artillery. There are no cavalry detachments, only infantry detachments. Players can produce replacement steps to replenish flipped corps if they're located in a reinforcement site. Which is the capital of the country or in an unbesieged fortress in national territory. Okay. In this case, the player just has to produce a number combat step and flip the counter to its full strength side, but you have detachments that you can move around in reinforcement. During each budget phase, 2 steps can be added to each supplied army to replenish depleted units, including cav units. This is in addition to what can be put in the fortresses, etc. Flipped corps can be disbanded to replenish other corps of the same type and located in the same hex during the budget phase of any season. You can do this during movement, though, but I guess it doesn't cost any movement points. For example, an army composed of 5 flipped infantry corps during the production phase, the player builds 2 steps to replenish 2, disbands 1 to replenish a 3rd, blah, blah, blah. All right, we're going to have to pause for reinforcement phase because I got 2 batteries charging there, and this one's just about dead. Here it is, late. Wow, there's the glow. You won't see it. It's just my screen. Late Monday night, probably somewhere after 10, had trouble falling asleep in the morning, and I tried to go to bed at like, I don't remember what, like 4 or something like that, a reasonable hour for me, but just kind of napped during videos while I was trying to fall asleep. It was like 8 before I actually got to sleep. And then couldn't really wake up. It's a dull and rainy day all day. By the time I woke up, it was raid time, which, would make sense if I hadn't napped or whatever. But as it was, feels like too much sleep. Of course, now the depression and everything, I kind of want to go to sleep again. But anyway, I caught up on all my events in raid. And it's really hard to force myself to come up here for this. It really is. I don't know if playing is going to be as hard. I doubt it. But buzzing my way through the rules is difficult. I probably should nap because tomorrow's a possible day for me to go shopping. All right. We're going to hit the reinforcement phase, but I'm going to relight my pipe because whenever I speak, it seems to go out. And I'd like a couple more drags while I'm trying to start. Okay, new units are the steps produced as explained above. Here again, we're with this explained above. Look, perfect example. You're using up extra words. Give me the rule. Give me the rule reference, because it seems to have meant all along throughout this rule, somewhere earlier in the rule book. In this case, it's not too far, but you know what? That would be a lot more helpful than as explained above. I wouldn't mind if it was in brackets, so it was intended to be replaced once they got the rules organized, but whatever. Anyway, and which must be set up in the capital of the country or in an unbesieged fortress on national territory. To create an army, a player must have at least 2 steps in the same supplied hex anywhere on the map and chooses an additional leader from the reserve pool. The highest ranking leader in the hex assumes the command of the army. I think you have to pick one who can command it, but I'm not sure. It's not clear there. An army can be created at the beginning of any activation without spending any movement points. The only requirement is the monies, which is, it's 8, and it includes any artillery points in the army. What are the artillery points? I don't know. They may be that 2 there. They may be. That's my hope. Yeah, we don't have a picture that tells us, do we? How about that? How fitting. God, this game is just so amateur, the rules. So amateur. But this may have been his first rule book. You have to remember the Napoleon against Europe was really bad too. So he learned to continue making bad rule books. But it may not have been as bad. New leaders deployment. New leaders are added to the leader pool in spring reinforcement of the year printed on their counter. You have to place back in the leader pool wounded leaders from the previous year. Doesn't tell you how to note this, but put them on the game turn track or whatever. You may then dismiss some of your leaders. They join the leader pool too. Then the player chooses replacing leaders as described in way back in 4.24. Hey, we got a rules reference, not just a as described above. Then the player can choose and again, chooses, bold, underlined. I really feel like this is an attempt to try to say it is your choice. It's not, and deploy new leaders from the leader pool on the map, and they can be deployed, but it could be made more clear. But they can be deployed with or without units, but according to stacking rules into a reinforcement site. The country's capital and any unbesieged fortresses on the national territory or on minor allied units that meet other placement criteria above. Okay, so that's weird, right? You can put your leaders on the capital, unbesieged fortresses on national territory, or on minor allied units under some criteria that have been declared somewhere or another. I'm not sure where. I really don't know. We have not hit this. The above is not in here particularly unless it's a repetition of the things we just said. But with the way they use and as described above, I have no fucking clue. The chosen leader must be able to command the force of the hex. Exception, leaders that replace dismissed leaders appear in the hex where the replaced leader was. Well, now wait a minute. That sounds like I got something completely new. I can choose to deploy new leaders also where I dismissed them. Leaders from a major power can set up on minor allied units while obeying the criteria above. There's still this question about minor allied leaders. I don't know. Can they only command the minor ally? I don't think so. But can they only be set up on? I'm pretty sure they can be used to command major power units. But I'm not sure about their setup. The way this is worded, it sounds like, yeah, I don't know. Okay, we got some examples here. Let me break away so I can skim through these, see if there's anything of interest that I need to hack on. One thing that I don't think the rules have done an adequate job of talking about, the income, I'm not looking it up to see if it's correct, whatever. But now Russia builds new units taking into account the recruitment level. She decides to build the Imperial Guard in St. Petersburg. Must build 2 guard infantry. I don't think you have to. I think you can build 1. Plus the Corps' artillery. For a total of 11. This is, I don't think we went into that you have to pay for the artillery separately, but I want to highlight it. I vaguely remember we scratched it, and then and that means out of, we had a lot of money, gifts and all kind of stuff. Okay. We have the 2 campaigning armies have reduced light cavalry. The Russian player wants to reinforce these, which is possible since he's allowed to build 2 steps per supplied army. Yeah, where did we get that? I mean, seriously, where did we get that? That is not in these production limits, right? New units deployment. It says, as explained above, it must be set up in the capital or unbesieged forces. Now, somewhere we had armies in here. Here we go. 2 steps can be added to each supplied army. Okay, so it is explained there. It's really weird because the production limitations are referred to here, but I mean, these really are part of the reinforcement phase as far as I can tell. I don't see why they're being combined into two different sections, except to make it harder to find what you're looking at. The helpful thing about looking at these examples is they do get me to look back in the rules and find the rule that I've forgotten when I get to the example, because it's not, you know, co-located with like the example at all, and for no good reason. But anyway, let's go to Conquest and Peace. The Conquest and Peace phase. All right, when is this? We got a Conquest phase here, so I guess that's it. Like, it's got end of foreign wars, so seems to be both. Is performed at the end of each winter turn for minor countries and the end of each turn for major countries. Okay, I was going to say I don't think it had a restriction, but yeah, Conquest of Minors is winter only. Okay. A minor country is conquered if during the winter conquest phase, its capital city is occupied by a supplied enemy combat unit or the fortress of the capital has been reactivated and all its fortresses have been captured by the enemy. Really interesting. We put the and here this time where it belongs, right? Maybe it got added here, you know, in the rewrite or something, but not to the other. If units from different allied powers simultaneously occupy the capital city, the power with the most combat points assumes control of the conquered country. If tied, control is given to the power with the best diplomatic bonus. If still tied, each tied power rolls a die and the highest roller wins. Okay. Effects of conquest. The country may become a province of its conqueror if it has no combat units. The pounds and recruitment capacities will belong to the conqueror. If it has no units, it should not have a recruitment capacity. Otherwise, its land units are destroyed and removed from the game, except for Polish units which stay under France's control. Removed from the game, but cannot be rebuilt. Okay. I don't think they actually mean that, because those minors can be reconstituted. Like, I think there's no pool anymore, is essentially what they mean. Half of the fleets are destroyed as well, rounded up. Okay, what happens to the other half? Exception 1, if the minor power is located within the Grand Empire area, Flanders, Piedmont, Genoa, Tuscany, Papacy, Geneva, and Neuchâtel, it must be integrated into France's national territory, whether this minor country has core or not. Presumably if France is the one who conquered it. Exception, if the minor country is not adjacent to the national territory of its conqueror or one of its minor allies, it cannot become a province of the conquering major power. Okay. Reinstating a minor country. Starting with the conquest and peace phase of the current winter turn, the major powers can reinstate the minor, which becomes an ally of this power. The diplomatic marker of the minor is placed in the major power's allied box, and the minor can produce troops again, and can be diplomatized. Let's pronounce that. This minor power can receive the same status of a satellite according to 11.2.4. I don't remember what those restrictions are, so we look back. We will never remember, so don't worry too much. Minor powers allied to France. Sharing a border with France and those minor powers controlled in the game. Yeah, you know, it's really funny because it's like only to minor powers allied to France. Yeah, you think the whole condition would be put there, not a final condition just thrown in that really restricts it. Okay. The minor power can receive the okay. A minor with available combat units must be reinstated at this time, except if adjacent to the original national territory of the conquering power, which can annex it. The same applies to a unitless minor country, which is not adjacent to the original national territory of the conquering power or one of its minor allies. The main effect of that is that you can conquer the minor. So, you know, if, like, let's say France somehow gains control of Saxony. Well, Saxony is a bad idea because it would have to become a minor. I don't know. I don't know if there's a little minor kicking around somewhere that doesn't have troops. But let's say they, Ansbach. Let's say they gain control of Ansbach and just take it over. But don't have, well, kind of no matter what, because it's not adjacent to their national territory, right? That's, see, here's the thing. When is a national territory described, right? Like, is that original national territory? It doesn't seem to say so. And integrating it must be integrated into France's national territory. So it sounds like France's national territory could creep forward. You know, take Baden, take Württemberg, and take Ansbach. But if I don't have the opportunity to do that, I create a minor, becomes an allied minor. It's just producing money for me. It's exactly the same as if I integrated it, except it's not integrated and I can't keep, you know, moving forward off of that. I assume I can chain them during the course of a single winter phase, so I can take Baden, then Württemberg, then Ansbach. Yeah, I don't know. But Ansbach is actually part of Prussia, rather than a minor. Anyway, except if adjacent to the original national territory of the conquering power, which can annex it. So that's an important thing. If it has combat units like Württemberg and Baden do, it can only be done if it's next to an initial French territory. Now in this case, the initial territory is determined by this. So I could absorb Baden, but never Württemberg, because Württemberg's going to have troops, so it will always be a minor power. Huh. Okay. Doesn't feel right, but sure. Like, historically, France kind of owned that territory until they created, whatever it was, they created the, I don't remember what the German League was called. Anyway. Was it the North German League? I don't remember. Same applies to a unit list. The fortresses of a reinstated minor are immediately reactivated if they've been removed, so you get free repairs at them. When it's reinstated, not when it's conquered or integrated or whatever. The power can also, although integration had to do with units, so it's weird to use that word for something else. The power can also reinstate the minor and integrate it during the winter turn into a new state, like the Confederation of the Rhine or the Kingdom of Italy. So yeah, now we have yet another meaning for integration. Special case, a minor country with more than one province. When their capital city is taken, as explained above, these minors are not conquered, but they surrender. The capital city is the capital city listed in the diplomacy chart. Okay. The conqueror chooses one province adjacent to his national territory, no matter whether this province contains a minor power's capital city or not. The diplomacy marker of the minor is placed in the neutral box. The minor country and the major power cannot declare war on each other for the next 4 game turns. I kind of think it should be put somewhere else to indicate that. Or we're going to have to write notes. The minor country and the major cannot declare war. Alternatively, the major power that controls the minor power can propose a peace with the major power that triggered the invasion. What invasion? As soon as the invader controls one province, the invader must accept this peace proposal, which ends the conflict. The province now belongs to the aggressor major power, and the diplomacy marker of the minor is placed in the neutral box. So I get the feeling that what this is saying is, let's say Austria controls Bavaria. France takes a province in Bavaria. I think Bavaria is a two-province thing, or can be. And the conqueror has the choice to take that province if it's adjacent to a national territory. But if not, or if they don't choose to, Austria can choose to force Bavaria to surrender or something, giving the province over. And in either case, the minor is going to become neutral. The minor and the major power cannot declare war on each other for the next 4 game turns again. Diplomacy actions are allowed from the turn following the beginning of the peace with no restrictions. They can occur during the 4 turns of mandatory peace, but they can't declare war on each other. For example, Russia declares war on Sweden. The Russians take Finland, but not Stockholm. Sweden decides to sue for peace. Sweden decides to. No, somebody who controls Sweden decides to. Or Russia decides to. I'm not sure what the situation is here. And gives Finland to Russia. It may happen that in the following turns, Russia will add Sweden to her allies through diplomatic actions. Sure, but could an enemy of Russia do so and avoid war? I just don't know. There's all kinds of real fuzziness about all of this. Major powers. Conquering a major power does not aim at annexing it. Good. But at dictating peace conditions which benefit as much as possible of the victorious bloc. Conditions for peace. If all the criterion cities of a major power are occupied by supplied enemy combat units. We don't know what this term means. Let's see if, again, there's nothing that seems to indicate it anywhere. Are these key cities or whatever they are? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's listed. It's not here. The term is not defined in the glossary. So far, I've looked at the glossary a number of times, and I think I've come up negative in like 80% of them. You know. Okay, let's keep going. If all the criterion cities of a major power are occupied, okay, we've got them listed down here. Are occupied by supplied enemy combat units, or if the corresponding fortress has been reactivated by the enemy, the power must sue for peace. In all cases, the enemy must control the capital city plus one of the combinations of criterion cities. For each power, the cities are listed. For Austria, it's Vienna. Okay, we have a number here too, which I think is the number of cities. We have here in parentheses the Arst city listed as the capital. I guess they mean first. What they don't have, see here they have all the criterion cities. Here they say combinations of criterion cities. And then there's a parenthesized number, which I think is the number of cities. And then this is done as Vienna and either Budapest or Prague, which would add up to 2, 1 for Vienna, 1 for one of the others. How about France, 3 or 4? Loss of Paris, Bordeaux, and Lyon, that's 3. In the 1805 or 1815, add Antwerp, which to me, or 1805 to 1815, add Antwerp, which to me means you need all 4. Britain, just the loss of London. Prussia, 2-3, loss of Berlin and Königsberg, as well as Warsaw if this city is Prussian. So, these numbers are not, I don't know, they're dependent on situations rather than choices of blocks. Russia 2-3, loss of both Moscow and St. Petersburg, or loss of Moscow along with Kiev and Odessa. Here it's 2 or 3, not, it's just weird. This 2-3 is weird. Spain is Madrid, Turkey is Constantinople. Exception. If the capital city of a major power is enemy controlled and if all armies on the national territory are demoralized or destroyed at the end of the turn, remove one criterion city from the conditions above. I'm assuming not the capital, because the capital city plus one of the combinations is here. So you can reduce the total number of cities that you need to take. And in most cases, it's all of these key cities. How are these noted? They're not really. If we took a look at Vienna, Prague looks the same as Brunn. Budapest looks the same as Temesvar. Yeah, there's nothing very special about them. You just have to, memorize these or something. You can put little markers on them. Free peace proposal. A major power can always propose peace at the end of a turn, even if conditions above are not met. The opposing major power or bloc can freely accept or refuse, and the clauses are negotiated as the players see fit. Wow, that sounds pretty bold. All right, Austria, surrender to me and either give me Bavaria or make me a sandwich. Okay. I mean, I'm assuming within game, but you can't just transfer stuff. If the opposing bloc refuses the peace proposal, the alliance credit is raised by 1 point. Optional rule. We don't know what these do. I mean, I vaguely remember effects, but it's something like you want. You make an offer of a peace, and if they don't like it. So now, here's the thing. I can propose a peace, right, that you have no chance of wanting to accept. Because, you know, I could be being defeated by you and say, give me back all my territory and I want Württemberg. You know? And you say no. Well, whatever the alliance credits are, I've just gotten one, I think. I've just gotten a bonus by indicating that I will accept some sort of stupid peace that you have no interest in, which feels absolutely wrong. I much prefer the kind of systems in Empires and Arms or in EU, which more or less say one side is winning, one side is losing. The winning side can demand peace conditions, and the losing side has to grant them, you know, if they're forced to surrender. Like they demand a certain kind of peace, blah, 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 a certain level of peace, and then the other option is just a white peace, nothing, you know, everything returns to status quo ante, which, you know, can be a pretty big swing, but it's like, those are reasonable options for peace, right? You know, unreasonable options should not give you credits, but maybe there's some limitation I don't know about in the peace credits. Continuation of war. You know what? I gotta swap batteries, I gotta pee. So we'll take a little bit of a break here, force our way through this. Continuation of war. Theoretically, a major power fulfilling the conditions above must sue for peace. Okay. Yet the major power can opt to refuse to sue for peace and continue to fight for 2 more turns. At the end of those additional turns, the surrender conditions are still met. The major power will have to sue for peace and will be subject to 8 peace conditions instead of just 4. So there's a good reason to accept peace. This has nothing to do with the free peace proposal, whatever the fuck that is. Effects of, I gotta swap, I gotta do something with my pipe. I had more tobacco in it. Okay. Effects of peace. Control of minor countries during conflicts. All the minor countries conquered from the opponent switch to the permanent control, not really, of the major power that has conquered them and which can annex or reinstate them. Already explained. And we give a rules reference. Hey, we're getting better. Beware, a former minor conquered and integrated before the current war by a major power is a province of this major power, not an allied minor. Okay. Diplomatic status of defeat. And I have the feeling we're going to fuck up the rules a lot, right? Because they're so bad. But it's okay. Diplomatic status of defeated major powers. The diplomacy marker of the defeated power is placed in the neutral box in two-player games. In multiplayer games, the major power becomes a neutral power. Diplomacy against defeated major power are not allowed during the length of the mandatory peace. Duration and conditions of mandatory peace. The defeated major power and the victorious major power cannot declare war on each other during a number of turns equal to the result of a 2d6 die roll, with a minimum of 6 turns. Again, feels like there's some way you should be recording this, and it's going to be hard to do. Your diplomacy marker goes in the neutral space. Okay. It's only restricting between two powers, and now, like in Empires in Arms, we may just have to note on paper there's an enforced peace for X number of turns. But what we can't do is just put the diplomacy marker on a year, because it's going to be a year plus X number of seasons, stuff like that. Okay. If the defeated power's territory contains units from its former allies, those units must immediately leave its territory. Just move them to the nearest friendly fortress in a province controlled by the owning bloc. If several provinces are eligible, the owning player distributes the units between the provinces as he sees fit. A demoralized unit remains demoralized. The defeated power's former allies can no longer enter the defeated power's territory except by declaring war on it or concluding a new alliance at the end of the mandatory peace period. Exception. If the defeated power chose a continuation of war of 2 turns or more, its former allies can enter the provinces adjacent to their national territory even after the surrender of the major power, as long as they are still at war with the conquering power. A little weird. Prussia chose to continue the war, but was defeated in winter 1806. Russia can still move into eastern Prussia and Masovia as long as she's still at war with France. Yeah, it gives you a capability to protect your border, I guess, more than anything else. The defeated power's fortresses are reactivated for free. During mandatory peace, the victor's units can cross the territories of the defeated power and its minor allies' territories, and even stop within. Stacking of units belonging to 2 nations is possible, and each country must separately obey their stacking rules. So yeah, you can. So in that other instance, the French could stack on top of Prussian units, and it would be no problem. It's possible to trace a supply line across the territory of a defeated country during the mandatory peace, but only detachments and supply units from the conquering power can be used as supply links. What? Oh, fortresses are the other thing. And I wouldn't have any fortresses because they've all been given back. The defeated country's fortresses can be used neither as supply links nor as supply sources. At the end of the mandatory peace period, the units of the victorious major power must leave the defeated country's territory before the end of the mandatory peace. Failing that, they're destroyed. Problem if you're like invading Russia through a defeated Prussia, right? Very historical there. In a multiplayer game, the defeated country recovers its full freedom of action at the end of the mandatory peace. In some cases, a mandatory alliance may be proposed to the defeated power. In a 2-player game, the diplomacy marker is placed in the allied box of the conquering power. The rights of the people. What? A major power defeated by another major power can be subject to another declaration of war by its former conqueror at the end of the mandatory peace. Sure. If this new declaration of war occurs before the vanquished major power has benefited from at least 4 spring production turns, international opinion is shocked, which results in the following. All currently neutral major powers may ally themselves to the attacked power. Now, that's weird, because that can be taken under 2 lights. One light is in the 2-player game. Yeah, they may. Okay, great. Whatever. Why wouldn't they be able to? And, like, I don't know what's up there. And then the second one is, yeah, why wouldn't they be able to? If it's like the 7-player game. All major powers in a mandatory peace with the aggressor can ally themselves with the attacked power. That's a big deal. That actually means something. All major powers in a mandatory alliance with the aggressor can ally themselves with the attacked power. Again, a major thing. But these two, what do they mean precisely? Does diplomacy have to be used? Again, what do they mean in the two-player game? In the multiplayer game, I got no problem, right? You're able to violate your mandatory peace, mandatory alliance issues. I think this is just unimportant in the seven-player game. In the two-player game, does it mean any of these do ally themselves? Doesn't say that. My feeling is it's up to the coalition leader, which would probably be the British in most cases, but it could be the French, will have the opportunity to conduct diplomacy and get them into war, I guess. Choosing peace conditions. Okay, now we've jumped to something completely different. As we were in mandatory peace, now we're in peace conditions. The victorious bloc or major power can choose 4 peace conditions. It can choose 8 if the defeated major power opted to continue the war once the conditions were met. So, surrender is kind of interesting in this game. You don't have levels of peace except the, did you try to push it, 4 extra turns? No, 2 extra turns. Did you try to push your survival 2 extra turns? And if you do, you suffer twice as big a defeat. In things like EIA or EU, it's based on you surrender and you offer a type of peace. And you're required to offer a certain type of peace if you're completely defeated. But this kind of, you're not defeated unless you're completely defeated. And the only trigger there is whether or not you choose to continue to fight. Okay. Slightly different. I think the other games handle it better, but we'll see. All right. It can choose 8 conditions if defeated up to continue. The victor chooses 2 conditions, then the vanquished player chooses 2, and so on. If several major powers have defeated the same enemy, the choice of conditions is performed using reverse diplomacy order. Which means Britain actually would get first pick. And okay, that's cool. The 6 possible conditions, and you only get 8 of these. 8 of these 6. Territorial concessions. These can be chosen or conceded for a maximum of 3 peace conditions, even if 8 peace conditions are available. Each of the following cases represents 1. Okay, so that. The 4 options are 1 province from the defeated major power's national territory. This cannot be a key city province so long as other eligible provinces are available. We don't know what a key city is. We really don't. Could be that it's these criterion cities. It's the only list we've seen so far of anything that's vaguely like it. The province must be adjacent to the victor's national territory or to the territory of a minor allied to the victorious major power. A non-adjacent province that will be annexed to a minor ally to form a new space. The Duchy of Warsaw, Kingdom of Italy, Bavaria, etc. A province that was originally part of the territory of a minor allied to the victor. Each province, okay, so there's 4 options. We've got 1, 2, 3. We've got a 4th dot here which says something completely different. Each province chosen on the defeated major power's national territory can be replaced on a 1-for-1 basis by a province from a multi-province minor power still allied to the defeated major power. For example, Bavaria, Sweden, Denmark, etc., even if not adjacent to the victorious major power, or by an alliance with a single province minor country still allied with the defeated major power. Okay, so that is the 4th condition, is that you can take these other things. You're not really replacing it. This is a different, you can steal from miners instead. The victor may opt to receive war indemnities. This will count as 2 of their peace conditions. And here's where you see, you know, you don't get 8 out of 6, right? The amount of the war indemnities is half the power's budget. This amount will be paid during the next spring budget phase. The victor can choose military aid from the defeated power. This counts as a single peace condition. This military aid will last for the duration of the mandatory peace. I don't know if you roll it first. I assume so, because it's way back here. And the defeated power will provide 1 infantry corps plus 1 cavalry corps and a supply unit with a leader able to command such a force, neither of which can minor allied to the victorious major power, but they must trace supply to their own supply sources. I think that's the key here, is the but they must trace supply to their own supply sources. I think this neither of which can minor allied to the victorious is just trying to indicate they can't be integrated fully. These units are lent to the victor as soon as they are available. They might not exist. At the end of the mandatory peace, the defeated power's troops are automatically moved to their own country through the shortest path unless the owner cedes control of the units as a token of goodwill to its former conqueror. In such a case, these units are moved by the power that controls them. So it seems to me like the owner has a ability to cede control of them. I think that's on a turn-by-turn basis, as opposed to, sure, just keep them forever. Establishment of the continental system. This counts as 1 peace condition, and the defeated major power and all of its minor allies count as being part of it. Extending the mandatory peace. The victor can roll a 3rd d6 to extend the mandatory peace, which counts as a peace condition. This is only allowed if the defeated power used the continuation of war roll, and thus had 8 conditions total. The victor can propose a mandatory alliance, which will take effect at the end of the mandatory peace described above. This counts as 2 peace conditions. This is weird. First of all, it takes effect at the end of the mandatory peace. So yeah, it strikes me as very weird. Let's see what it says. This choice is available only if the vanquished power has opted to continue fighting and if each criteria city is occupied by an enemy supply unit or reactivated fortress, or, well, that's why they had to surrender, right? The major power is vanquished for the 2nd time by the same opponent. Yeah, I don't see how you are forced to surrender. Enemy supply unit or reactivated fortress, maybe more. Let's see. Yeah, because this could be enemy combat units. So combat units don't count for this. You have to have either a supply unit. No, yeah, enemy supply unit or reactivated fortress. You have to have either a supply unit there, which could be either a depot or a wagon, I guess, or it's your 2nd vanquish. Or you have the fortresses. The vanquished power grants the use of its territory to the victor for the duration of this mandatory alliance. The victor still has to maintain his own supply lines, but can use the defeated power's fortresses as supply links because they're allied now. For example, France defeats Prussia, which decided to continue fighting. Prussia is allied to Sweden and Saxony. France occupies Ansbach, one of Prussia's, and I guess one of Prussia's 2 Polish provinces, Saxony and Swedish Pomerania. Saxony has been reinstated. Oh, God. This is not what I was hoping it would be an example of, by France. Peace is concluded by choosing 8 peace conditions, and France chooses the first 2. Napoleon... Yeah, we're not getting the example of what we want. The example of what we want is what the fuck it means to be in a mandatory alliance, which takes effect. Okay, look. If that happens in the 2-player game, peachy fine, right? If it happens in the free diplomacy game, not so peachy fine. It doesn't seem to mean anything because that alliance can be kind of broken at will by that other power. So again, like multiplayer versus two-player seems very different. Okay, well, here we go. Mandatory alliance in two-player games. I'm not worried about it in two-player games. It makes sense. It's in effect for an undetermined duration. This kind of alliance can be broken in different ways, which cause the involved powers to switch to the other side. Either when an event is played or after a diplomacy action by the other side. This diplomacy is performed during the usual diplomacy phase and costs the same as against a neutral major power. The condition for success are the same, with some additional DRMs. If the conquering power suffered a major defeat during the turn preceding the attempt, there's a bonus, and each full year has a bonus. So this indicates, this all works fine. The units of the former conqueror take control of the fortress in their hex. If the enemy units fulfill their criteria, a siege begins immediately. Failing that, they're moved into an adjacent hex. I assume if forces are sitting inside a fortress. If conquerors' forces are sitting in the same hex as a fortress, they get control of it. If the hex contains no fortress, the weaker side is destroyed and the strongest side loses as many steps as the weakest side has. You have like this variable little battle. But what happens in the multiplayer game? Maybe it's in here, maybe it doesn't exist. I don't know. But yeah, I've got no problem with it in the two-player game. It's cool there's some additional rules for it. We're going to stop there because batteries are almost out, and we really don't like doing this. Right, back up here to take a look at the special rules. These are all kind of little odds and ends, national stuff and things. So foreign wars, some events or wars occurring outside the game map, only one can begin during a given calendar year. Weird. So I mean, like, if the US goes to war with Britain, well, Persia and India won't. That makes sense. But Russia won't be able to get into one? Weird. Some events require that an expeditionary force must be dispatched to this war and placed in the foreign wars box with the event card. There's not enough room for the card and the forces there, so, whatever. If a player fails to sustain the proper expeditionary force, the player loses a number of pounds equal to the price required to build the corresponding units. If he does not have enough money to pay that price, the remainder will be subtracted from his earnings during the next spring budget phase. I assume the troops appear, that you don't just lose the money, but I don't know. Starting with the next winter, the player can attempt to end the war by rolling a d6. The war ends on a result greater than or equal to the number printed on the card. Each calendar year that the war sustains through gives a bonus. When the war ends, the player rolls a d6 for each step in each fleet, and on a 6 they're destroyed. In addition, each leader performs a casualty check. The surviving units can be repatriated to the game map during the next spring reinforcement phase. Again, not clear, but I assume that's actually spring reinforcement phase. But these are, I think, the same conditions that Honors of War had. Which I kind of said, yeah, the Honors of War would be repatriated in less than a year. It's a little easier to make the argument that troops coming from another continent wouldn't. But I mean, it depends, right? If the Turks are involved in a foreign war, or the Russians are involved in a foreign war not too far off the map, that's going to be weird. I really don't know. Maybe those Honors of War, they got to go be retrained or party or something. I have no idea. Turkish instability. Yeah, and some of it feels like there was an intention that there wouldn't be reinforcements except in spring, and then like the rules may have changed. And all right, through 1806, Selim III will be the ruler of Turkey. In 1807, Mustafa IV succeeds him on the throne, and in 1808, Mahmud II succeeds him. And you can see that that's not a good thing. Each time a succession occurs during the diplomacy phase, the Turkish sovereign is removed from the map and replaced by a successor. In the next diplomacy phase, the Turkish player rolls a die. On a 4 through 6, Turkey reverts to neutrality if at war with another major power. Her units are immediately moved to Turkish territory, and any feudal units are disbanded. Any conquered provinces are returned to their previous owners so as to return to the status quo before the war. Only allied minors that were conquered or reinstated stay under the control of those conquerors. In games in which Turkey is played by a physical player, alliances are immediately broken and Turkey is neutral again. I'm troubled by Turkey being able to get out of a war by like having a change in ruler. Like if they're losing the war. If they're winning the war, sure, makes sense. But if they're losing, it's harder, but whatever. National revolts. The major powers that control national uprisings, which may be triggered by random events, are printed on the event card. Okay, great. Whatever. The national insurgent units cannot leave their national territory except if stated otherwise. They're always in supply. As long as the insurgent is present in a province, the owning major power loses 2 pounds. The insurgents can strengthen their forces with 1 replacement strength point per spring budget phase if they control the capital city. I don't know if there are insurgent counters for most nations, but I can tell you I do have a couple of things here. I have, I guess, some immigrants from Provence and the Vendée revolt, which I feel appears to be that. But I don't know, I get this feeling that, like, the French are going to have some revolts in their favor as well. Because there was some early on, but that may be happening in that sort of empty period between 1800 and 1805. On the other hand, it's not talking about national revolts against the French. Spanish instability. Spain is an ally, proud of her glorious past and quick to take offense, okay? As an exception to diplomatic rules, even when allied to a power, Spain can be subject to another player's diplomacy actions. We thought you could be. Maybe not for majors. Like, it's all kind of blurring away, right? It's all kind of blurring away. Only neutral major powers. Okay. All right. Spain does not allow the presence in or crossing of her territory by an allied major power unless the Bayonne trap has been played or Spain has suffered a defeat in a major or minor battle. I guess that's at any point. I don't know if it has to be during the current war even. It just sounds like once they've been defeated in any battle. I don't know. Or Spain no longer has any fleets in play. During each diplomacy phase where Spain is allied to another major power, she can be the target of a diplomacy influence check if the corresponding money is spent. The major power succeeds in its influence check by rolling 2 dice and getting the following results. And you can see they're nasty. Nastier than normal, but then they get quite low. I believe the normal is like 10 or 12? 10, I think. But this is something special that only applies if they are allied. So, yeah, whatever. The 2d6 is modified by -1 for each full increment of 2 allied combat strengths deployed on Spanish territory. Which ally? Allied to them, I guess. If the check succeeds, Spain immediately joins the block of the major power that made the diplomacy check, and a liberation war begins if combat steps or fleets belonging to the former ally are present on Spanish national territory. This is to represent the attempt to install Joseph Bonaparte, I guess. That's a kind of weird situation, though. But anyway, if there are none, the possible conquest will be achieved by the capture of the Criterion cities without any war of liberation. Say what? Okay. So I don't know, because like it feels like Spain has changed sides and there's no liberation war, so normal conquest rules proceed and you just play Spain as if it switched sides. I don't know what the liberation war is, but we've got rules for that coming. So, okay. The Dos de Mayo event also triggers a change of alliance to the opposite side if there are former Allied combat steps within the Spanish national territory. This is weird. Is it former after the Dos de Mayo? Or is it meaning something else? I don't know. Let's see. Spain and France are allied. 5 steps have entered Spain after a minor defeat. By who? Britain executes a diplomacy check by spending £8 and where is that? Okay, there is no cost listed here. Is the normal cost £8? I thought it was 4. Again, you know, I'm just not remembering. Yeah, it's normally 4, with an embassy making it another 4. But for some reason, not noted here, just as corresponding pounds, it's listed as 8. Rolling 2d6 modified by -2 for 5 French steps. That checks out. And +2 financial subsidies doesn't check out. That's not listed here, but it is over here. That may be £2 per +1 DRM to a maximum of +2. That's why it's 8, because they spent 4 to make the check and 4 to get the bonus. Okay. They get a result that is high enough, an 11. We're in 1808, so that'll work. Spain breaks her alliance with France and joins the coalition. Since some French steps are present, a liberation war begins. Still don't know what that means, but okay, we'll get there. In a multiplayer game, Spain can break her alliance with a major power as soon as steps from this major power have entered her national territory and the Dos de Mayo event has been played. Okay, you know. We'll have to see when the card comes out. A liberation war begins with the same rules as below. Okay, so if you're playing with a Spanish player, they're not going to be subject to this. They get their choice. But only if the Dos de Mayo, which is automatic otherwise, and it's kind of like they can break their alliance. Do they want to? Maybe not. I believe they can break alliances anyway, but it wouldn't create a liberation war. A liberation war begins in the following cases. A Spanish instability check has occurred and is successful, and troops from the former ally are present. We're not going to be playing with this, I think, because I'm going to be playing the multiplayer whenever possible. So I don't think there will be an instability check. Troops from the former ally have invaded Spain following the shift of alliance, and the enemy block plays the Dos de Mayo. Okay, now this shift of alliance is weird because it can't happen. See, it triggers a change of alliance. This has to be done after. Wait, troops from the former ally have invaded Spain following the shift of alliance, and the enemy bloc plays Dos de Mayo. I think Dos de Mayo can be used in that case. If there's a shift in alliance, the Dos de Mayo, I don't want to think about this too much, but then the Dos de Mayo can be used to trigger the Liberation War, which wouldn't normally be in place, because there was a shift in alliance and then you were invaded. In the multiplayer game, when the Dos de Mayo event is played while foreign troops are present in Spain, I guess it doesn't matter whose foreign troops. Effects. Any 2 Spanish guerrillas are deployed on the map, and others can be produced during the next budget phase. And guerrillas have their cost. Spain and Portugal get them. The Portuguese guerrillas counter can be produced only if enemy units are present in Portugal. This is kind of random, right? Like, I understand it in the context of the history that the French invaded from Spain into Portugal to knock Portugal out of the war, but it has to do with this Spanish Liberation War somehow, and only if that's in play, I guess. They're deployed the same turn that they're raised. They deploy anywhere in Spain or Portugal, depending, but not adjacent to an enemy unit or an active enemy fortress. They need no leader to move. They have an initiative of 1, or to attack. They use a notional 0/0 leader. As long as the enemy player does not control the capital city and all fortresses of a province, the Spanish player receives the money from that province. If the enemy does own them, nobody gets it, as per normal rules, I guess. It doesn't specify it. I'm just, filling in the blanks. Spanish land units cannot leave Spain as long as any enemy units are present in international territory. When Madrid and all Spanish and Portuguese harbors are controlled by the enemy, Spain is conquered and must accept the peace proposal by the victor with 4 peace clauses. This is different from your normal surrender conditions, which for Spain are just Madrid. So Spain becomes a lot harder to conquer because it has to lose all its harbors. The Liberation War only ends with the conquest of Spain as above. Can it start again? Would feel kind of weird. Austrian Frontalier Corps. Austria has 2 Frontalier Corps, which appear automatically anytime war is declared on Turkey. They set up in any province adjacent to Turkey. The strength of a Frontalier Corps can be replenished, and the Frontalier Corps can be rebuilt like other units. When peace is signed, they're removed from the map, so probably not a great idea to build them. If a new war is declared, they appear again at full strength. The units from this corps can move and fight only within Austrian and Turkish provinces adjacent to the border between these 2 countries. So you're not able to push the war deep into Turkey. And of course, you can't really use them against other enemies unless they're joining in that province. Turkish Feudal Corps. The Turkish player can use feudal troops in his whole empire. He can raise these troops at any time during war within the following limits. If they're attacked by another major power, all the feudals can be raised until peace occurs. If they declare war on a neutral minor power, only feudals from a province adjacent to the enemy can be raised. If Turkey declares war on a neutral minor power in Asia or Africa, only feudals from Anatolia can be raised. Okay. Somewhat less limited because Anatolia is not adjacent to any of those, but okay. Now, the Turkish player must announce this during declaration of war. Now, notably, if Turkey declares war on anyone, it doesn't look like they can, period. Which, oops, that doesn't feel likely, but okay. The feudal counters are identified by their named province and are deployed in the capital city of that province. The counter represents troops and their leader. The feudal troops can be rebuilt like other units. The reduced feudal corps are replenished for free during the spring production if the corps is in the capital city of its province of origin. Notably, they don't look like they have an initiative level. So I don't know about their having troops. For example, the Romilian feudal corps with a basic manpower of 2 is currently reduced to 1 during spring turn. Okay, that's that. and nothing more interesting. From the moment Turkey is at peace, the feudal corps are disbanded. If they declare war again, even as soon as the next turn, the feudal corps can be raised again with full manpower. Now, the strange thing is, if they're attacked by another major power, not if they declare war on that, but here it seems to indicate, I mean, I'm just, now using my knowledge of history, I would say they probably could all be used against the Austrians, and they probably all would form. Austrian and Prussian landwehr, when the landwehr random event is drawn, the corresponding power receives 3 free infantry steps per spring budget phase. Well, that's pretty cheap, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It gives them a lot of capability to rebuild and stuff. Okay, how far are we here? We're getting into the optional rules. There aren't many, so I'm going to swap batteries and go through them. Alliance credits. In 2-player games, from the instant when a major power joins a block, the player should compute the alliance credit for this power, which measures how much the power is committed. As soon as this credit is spent, 0 box, the power leaves the alliance and becomes neutral again. This is cool. Let's see how it works, but I like the idea. Yet the power is still subject to the peace conditions imposed by the other side. This is not cool. Like, this feels weird, like contradictory. Does it surrender? The alliance credit basic value is 7 points plus 1 point per minor country allied to this power. For each 4 pounds paid, add 1 point to the alliance credit up to a maximum of 3. This can happen only when the power joins the alliance. The power does not receive the money, which is spent on political personalities, bribes, etc. Again, England throws a lot of money around to secure the alliance, but not really for the countries. Feels like you should be able to, well, let's see. The capital of an allied minor is lost, gives you 1. Major defeat of your troops, which demoralizes your army, -2. I think this kind of creates the idea of like something like Tilsit, where the Russians were tired of fighting. And the rules as written so far would allow them to just keep going. In a 2-player game, they would just keep going. Okay, major defeat of your troops, -2. Loss of your capital city is -3. The capital city of a major country is lost, -1. The capital city of an enemy major power is captured by your troops, +3. A minor country is captured by your troops, +1. Major victory of your troops, +2. Major victory or defeat in which the power did not actually take part is a plus or -1. Enemy loss of an army marker in a battle with your troops, +1. Destruction or loss of an army marker containing your troops, -1. Might not be your army, by the way. 4 pounds given to various officials, +1, only at once per subsequent spring turn diplomacy phase. This is different from what it said here, right? Over here, it said for each 4 pounds, add 1 to the alliance credit up to a maximum of 3. This can happen only when the power joins the alliance, which may or may not be in spring, right? Diplomacy. Oh, major power diplomacy is only, let's see. Okay, so what's really weird is the diplomacy event flows through all of here. It looks like you can do diplomatic actions, etc., at other times on there, but let's go back because I have a feeling there were limits to this. No, it's each turn you can do diplomacy. So I don't know if what this is saying is that there's a one time when it joins, when you can pay 4 pounds and give them points. And then, because it says subsequent spring turn diplomacy, once per year, you can keep flowing the money in. I think that's what it's trying to say. But, you know, this says this can happen only when the power joins the alliance. The power does not receive the money. This seems to be the same thing. +4 given to various officials, same thing. This can happen only once per subsequent spring turn diplomacy phase. The two seem in conflict. Like, it feels like you can do this when the thing joins and each spring diplomacy phase, but it's being covered in different places just to, like, confuse everything. Like, again, refusing a voluntary peace gives a +1. This is very strange, right? So if Austria, so it's not a penalty, it's a bonus for your country to refuse that voluntary peace. So if the French offer a peace to the Austrians in a two-player game, the Austrians, by refusing that peace, will become more intransigent and more aligned with the coalition. I mean, I buy it because the French might be in a strong position, offer a peace, and if that peace is too good, the coalition player might accept it for Austria, but on the other hand, they could fight on and take, you know, some additional alliance credit. Yet this power is still subject to the peace conditions imposed by the other side. I don't get that. Is this a surrender at that point? That's what's not clear. As soon as the alliance, here we go. As soon as the alliance credit falls to 0, the power must sign a peace with its enemy at the end of the turn. Now, following the rules, what are my possible choices here? One is that it is a surrender, and the other is that I have to sign any peace that my enemies impose on me. Those are the only two options I can see here that apply. So I'm guessing once it reaches 0, you surrender, and I'm guessing it'll be a 4-point surrender unless, you know, you've already been conquered and drive it down to the 8-point surrender or something. But, you know, I don't know. It's all left kind of dangling in the air, but the only reasonable thing I can see is that you'd have to surrender because of the statement of subject to the peace conditions imposed by the other side. This means that, I don't know. I don't know what it means. It seems to make sense. I think we'll be playing with this first one because I don't think it's a multiplayer scenario. I don't think there's a way to do it, but I still haven't figured that out. We'll hit the playbook in the next video. Antwerp Harbor. This gives a special bonus to France as long as it's controlled and not besieged. The fleets with an Antwerp is over here, not deep in like Amsterdam is. The fleets within cannot be attacked by enemy fleets. Each even-numbered year during the spring budget phase, the French player can roll a die. If the result is 4 or more, a French fleet is built for free in Antwerp. Somehow Antwerp is completely invulnerable to being attacked if the French own it. Okay, I don't get it. French Imperial Guard. This is important because, again, that +3 for the Guard doesn't do much. So the infantry of the Guard were the most dreaded but seldom committed. If the French player decides to use the old Guard, not the young Guard, as a spearhead, and if the French lost the battle, which requires a French demoralization check, French morale is reduced by 1 if the OG unit has lost a step. So they're more likely to be pursued after the battle. Now, spearhead, what the fuck does spearhead do? We don't remember. We do not remember what that means. Is that the lead assault unit whose combat modifier will be applied. Yeah. So you don't get a combat modifier unless you put a spearhead unit. But the important thing here is that the Old Guard's huge morale is almost worthless unless they're alone or stacked with very few other units, like one other unit or whatever. That's the thing that troubles me. They don't factor into the morale. They don't stiffen your forces by being there in the way that they would in Empires in Arms or EU. Bernadotte, at the end of the 1810 summer turn, this is optional, remove the French leader Bernadotte and replace him with the equivalent Swedish counter. The leader is placed in Sweden if this country is in play or in the reserve pool for Sweden. Fair enough. Cav pursuit. For those who feel the pursuit rules should be toned down a bit. No, I don't. It is suggested that a die is rolled for each pursuing cavalry step. Corsairs cause a loss of 5 or 6. All other mounteds cost a 3 to 6. We don't remember what the pursuit rules are, but we feel like pursuit seems like an important thing. Apparently somebody didn't like it. But you know, without playing, how can we make a decision? Cav pursuit. So a demoralized force loses 1 for each light cav, each guard cav, and every 2 cuirassiers. And instead here, we're getting a somewhat lower amount. I like the original. We'll go with that. If we hate it, I don't know. We can switch to the optional, but you can use tactical cards not only in major battles, but also in every battle involving at least 2 opposing armies. I think that's a bad idea. I like the idea of limiting them to major battles. Alternative activation phase. This is a simplification of the game. I think we'll avoid that as well. We want the full complexity. And this involves the winter quarters for this special rule, so fuck that as well. Victory in 2-player games. Automatic victories. French get it if they conquer Britain. If the continental system has been in effect for at least 2 winter victory phases. Whoa! The continental system is always in effect. What are they fucking talking about? I don't know where to find it. And rather than flip through because this is so long, but the continental system is always in effect. The only question is how many nations are involved in it. If this is winter 1813 or later, France has defeated Austria, Prussia, and Russia and is allied to or has defeated Spain, and all are currently at peace with France. I accept that one. The continental system, I don't know what they're talking about, right? Like, it should have to be for X number of major powers or something like that. Automatic coalition if France is conquered. If no automatic victory happens before the 1814 winter turn, well, this is not this kind of game that we're going to be playing. France wins if she controls every capital city fortress in the whole Grand Empire territory. These are marked with GEs on them. We'll worry about that when we're playing that scenario, if and when we come towards that end. But I'm especially worried about this continental system. 2 winter victory phases. It feels to me, let's see, Russia was defeated in 1809, and the invasion happens in 1812. So France should have won the game. This is a problem I have with War and Peace as well. The victory conditions seem to indicate that France at her high water mark won the game, you know, so you wouldn't keep playing. So I'm a little disturbed by that. I'm going to look for the continental system, see if I can find the rules on it, because maybe there's something I missed. I did want to clarify. This is victory in 2-player games is what it's labeled as. It's not. It's victory in 2-player games that are campaign games. And there's like 3 different starts for the campaign game. It's got nothing to do with any of the other scenarios, including the one we're going to be playing now. The continental system, under economics, it talks about the continental system. The country participates in the continental system. It can be dictated by France as a peace treaty condition. A minor power allied to France is automatically part of it, so it exists no matter what. No trade money is collected by Britain if part of the continental system. France receives the trade. We got some weirdness about this. We don't know what's up with that. Diplomacy attempts are bonused. It exists, period, the end. And then the question becomes, what do we want to say has to be involved in it? And I feel like it has to be all major powers. Maybe? I don't know. But certainly, whatever that victory condition is, and we won't worry about it too much, is just absolutely insufficient. The continental system has been in effect for at least 2 winter phases. It's really troubling because there are things you're not going to be able to take out of it. In particular, British allied miners probably can't be taken out of it. But I would say if you have all I don't know, all the major powers involved in it, it seems impossible to do because somebody will say, okay, yeah, I'm out. All right. That is the end of the base rules. Do we feel like we can play the game? We feel like we can fuck around and try. We don't feel like we have enough of a grasp. There's enough places where there are contradictions, etc., that we know we're going to run into trouble in it. But for the most part, I think we can get through most of it. The next video, we'll be dealing with the playbook, which deals with diplomacy. So, diplomacy, whole new thing, optional rules like using email or whatever for it. Well, they say postmail. But also handling the game in more than 2 players. But then we have some other stuff that's part of the basic rules. Stuff like the creation of Italy. The creation of the Ottoman Empire. Now, as far as I'm concerned, and the victory conditions for a multiplayer game, some of this I'm looking to see if any of these creations are going to happen. Italy historically, when were they created? (1805). Well, we got something weird here. As soon as France conquers, they can decide Italy's capital. In 1805, the Kingdom of Italy is created and includes... I think it's already created by that point. So, I actually think we're not going to go over this, because I'm pretty damn sure the scenario we're looking at as this first one, and we can't do the introductory scenarios because that would involve fishing out totally different units. I made the decision to set this 1792 to 1797, supposedly a campaign scenario, not really, because it doesn't follow the campaign scenario victory conditions. It has its own victory conditions. So I think the only thing we're liable to be seeing in the next game is probably the possible creation of Italy. Only France can create Italy. As soon as France conquers at least Lombardy, can decide to create Italy and add the other territories. It was created after 1797, so I think it's very unlikely. Italy's capital is Milan. Italy's forces are composed of all their corps and a detachment. When Romagna is added, it gets an additional. When Venice is added, it gets additionals. In 1805, the Kingdom of Italy is created and includes Lombardy and Romagna. I think that's setup rules for the 1805 scenario, essentially, rather than something here. It ceases to exist when all its components have been conquered, even if one of those enemies remains unconquered. The kingdom continues to exist in its reduced state. At the moment it's conquered, all Italian units are removed from the game. It may be able to recreate it again. There's also similar things like Westphalia and Confederation of the Rhine. We are not going to worry about them right now. We're going to worry about them when we get to the 1805 scenario. Or if for some reason I think they're going to be triggered. So, I guess we're done with intro B. Intro C I will do before I do the 1805 scenario because I really don't think the 1792 can be played multiplayer. It's covered here. This is the multiplayer victory, or this is the victory conditions. So this is weird. Whatever. For 1792 and 1798, specific victory conditions are included in each scenario. They don't include multiplayer rules. I am just really disturbed by all of this. I don't know. I'll load this up. I gotta pee and I can't figure this fucking shit out.